Good morning, everyone. I see everybody's looking sharp today. Thank you for everybody that made the bagels happen this morning. Awesome job. So I will call the Senate out of recess and call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, Father Francis McCarthy. Good morning.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, giver of all good gifts, we give you thanks for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. As we begin this session, we ask that you direct our thoughts and our words, that all that we say and that all that we do may be directed toward the common good and for your greater glory. We ask all of this in your holy name. Amen. Amen.
Senator Fenton, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of guests. Senator Prentice.
Oh, no, I don't have any guests.
You don't have an introduction of guests. All right. Are there any guests to be introduced? Senator D'Alessandro.
Just a question. I thought Senator Carson was going to introduce our constabularies who are in the gallery. Doesn't she have the list of the canine people that are in the gallery?
Well, I think we can introduce them all.
We'll get an APB
gentlemen,
out for
thank you very
Carson.
much for being here. Any other guests to be introduced? Okay, there was a lot of flurry at the last minute about special order and consent, so if I don't get everything right, please stand up and correct me. But without objection, the following bills are special ordered as follows. To the beginning of the calendar, Senate Bill 268. To Thursday, March 30th, in election law, Senate Bill 133 and Senate Bill 222. In HHS, Senate Bill 238. In Judiciary, Senate Bill 58 and Senate Bill 264. Without objection, today's fiscal note report is adopted. Bills removed from consent by Senator Waters, Senate Bill 153 from the Committee on Education. Senator Rosenwald, Senate Bill 149 from the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. Also in ED&A by Senator Pearl, Senate Bill 203. From the Committee on Health and Human Services by Senator Murphy, Senate Bill 170. From the Committee on Judiciary by Senator Carson, Senate Bill 255. And Senator Chandley, Senate Bill 259 from the Committee on Transportation. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 45 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance and all other bills to third reading. Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We have special ordered Senate Bill 268 because of our guests in the audience. So please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 268, an act allowing for pre-hospital treatment and transportation for police canines. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 268 ought to pass with amendment. I move so enthusiastically. This bill will allow emergency services personnel to treat and transport operational canines. Senate Bill 268 will be called Max's Law to honor a Portsmouth police dog that was killed in the line of duty during a training accident. Currently, emergency medical services personnel are not allowed to provide medical services to law enforcement canines. These are dogs who put themselves into harm's way every day to protect their partner officers and us. Some have died with their injuries solely because medical help could not be administered in a timely manner. We owe it to these dogs in blue to provide them with every possible chance to survive, and that this legislation is going to give them that chance. If I can just speak a little further now rather than have to get up again. I was lucky enough with the good senator from District 21. Are you 21? Yes. Oh, you're 20. Why don't I know that? We both entertained the Gannon family from the South Shore. Their son, Patrick, was killed in the line of duty. He happened to get called in. He had a new dog. It had a marijuana dog, which had got put out to pasture because it can't be retrained to do a cross purpose. So he had a new dog, and he got called in. The new chief said, geez, I got this guy with the dog. They were looking for someone. It was a repeat bail offender. He had 110 arrests, and he was out on bail right then. So it's also not only a bill that's really concerning dogs, it's also concerning bail reform. This guy was hiding up in the attic, and young Officer Gannon went up. He said, I'll find that guy, and they couldn't find the guy. And so he said, I'm going to take another hit up in the attic. And he and the dog went up, and the guy was hiding in insulation. The dog signaled he was there, and he shot and killed Officer Gannon. And the dog was also injured. Then the person who said the dog was shot in the face, it was bleeding out. It was stuck up there for hours and hours because the guy wouldn't give himself up. And finally, when they did get up there, they didn't have the authority to put the dog in an EMT transport vehicle or any other police vehicle. So it was very frustrating at the time. Finally, someone did just, I'm taking the dog. We're not going to let it die here because of protocol. And so that's what we want to avoid in this situation. Patrick and Denise Gannon came up. They've taken this on as a national issue. My wife was down in Florida. They're passing the same legislation there. And so if we can get this passed quickly all throughout the country, it'd be a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful family who's taken this on as their son's mission. He loved that dog. He was a newly married husband, and they were a wonderful family to meet, the salt of the earth. And a good Irish family with the name Gannon, how could they be wrong? So Senator from District 20 and I got to entertain them. We got to meet them, sit down with them, and I had a wonderful experience with them. And I'm sure you guys are all the same type of, cut from the same cloth as Sean Gannon. And we thank you for the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator D'Alessandro is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was honored to be asked to sponsor this piece of legislation, and thankfully the Rules Committee let it in, and we got it in as a late bill. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate that very much. But my history with canines goes back a long way in the city of Manchester. The first canine introduced into the city of Manchester was a dog named Caesar. Caesar lived 2 doors down from me, and my children were going up. And Caesar was put out to play in the backyard, and there was a pretty high fence there. And Caesar used to jump over the fence and intimidate the neighborhood. And the kids loved it because they could pet Caesar and treat him well. But you know, when Caesar was in action, he was a different dog. So I go back a long, long way with canines and appreciate the great work that they have done for law enforcement and to protect the public. And this piece of legislation protects them, which I think is extremely important. They do great work. They do great work under very difficult circumstances and really should be honored. So, Mr. President, thank you very much and appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. During the public hearing, we heard a lot of really interesting information that the average police dog costs $10,000, and they are highly trained. They go in, they're sent in first in very dangerous situations, and they have saved the lives of countless police officers. They're just trained to go, and they don't ask questions, they just go. And oftentimes they do get injured. And so I think this is an important bill. It saves police officers' lives. And it's important to realize that even our federal government realizes the value of these dogs. We know that the military uses dogs in a lot of different situations, and oftentimes dogs go into combat situations where they're sniffing out mines, and they get injured. No longer does the military just go, well, okay, we're just going to put them over here and let them die. No, they treat those dogs. They take care of those dogs. No longer do they leave them when they're evacuating an area. They take them out. They realize the value these dogs provide to our service members. And what's really interesting is when these dogs retire, oftentimes they go back to their handler. So I think that this bill is important, Mr. President, to realize the value of these dogs. And Mr. President, we have a number of people that are here in the gallery that came to testify, and with your indulgence, I'd like to announce them. Okay, first, we have Dr. Cara Chiaro. I think I've got it correctly. Please stand. She's a veterinarian. We have Officer Bill Weiner from the Portsmouth Police Department. We have Captain John Cunningham from the Manchester Police Department. We have from EMS Chris Stawes, who's the director of AMR. We have Brandon Skoglund, who's the EMS coordinator from Elliott Hospital. We have from the K-9 unit, Sergeant Ben Foster from the Manchester K-9, who's a Manchester K-9 officer. And we have Jeffrey Hennessy, who's also a K-9 handler. I'd like to thank you all for being here today and coming to testify. Mr. President, I think it's important to realize that this also includes comfort dogs because, again, of the valuable service that they provide. So hopefully, Mr. President, we can all agree that this is a great bill. It will, if it passes, it will be known as Max's Law, and it was named after a dog from Portsmouth that died. So let's see if we can get together and all agree. First bill today, right off the bat, and hopefully we can pass this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Seeing no further discussion on the committee amendment, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? It's been requested for a roll call. I saw Senator Soucy ask for a roll call and second it.
That's double duty.
The clerk will call the roll.
Again, I got Soucy.
Senator
Birdsell? Okay. Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes.
20.
The ayes have it, 24-0. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. The bill is ordered to third reading. I'd offer cookies that we have in the back room to your dogs, but they have chocolate chips in them. They're my favorites, but they wouldn't be good for the dogs. Okay, moving to the Committee on Commerce. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 145FN, an act relative to New Hampshire Housing Champion designation for municipalities and making an appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Susie for the committee.
Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 145FN on to pass. In New Hampshire, the availability of affordable housing is at a crisis level, with 0.5% housing vacancy rate and a deficit of at least 20,000 units statewide. This bill would establish a voluntary housing champion program and allow municipalities to promote housing development, improve sewage and water infrastructure, and build out sidewalks and public transportation. Once a municipality has become a housing champion, they would be eligible for additional funds, a $3 million appropriation to include grants for newly constructed workforce units on a per-unit basis, and a $25 million appropriation to support new construction or capacity to increase drinking water, sewage, telecommunication, and other infrastructure. By breaking down the existing barriers to affordable and workforce housing, municipalities will be able to attract and retain workers as well as promote economic growth. The Commerce Committee asks for your support of this bipartisan legislation and on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 145FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Susie. Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to proudly support the motion about to pass on SB 145. As Senator Susie said, this bill would establish a voluntary program for municipalities to access state funds to address the affordable and workforce housing crisis. The current housing vacancy rates are at 0.5%. A healthy vacancy rate is recommended to be closer to 5%, and so we all know that our state is short about 20,000 units at minimum, and that this is putting a real crunch on our small businesses and on our families. Municipalities would apply to the Housing Champion Program and would be accepted based on a commitment to policies that promote workforce housing. As Senator Susie outlined, there are grants to help municipalities achieve this status, and then once accepted as a housing champion, they would be eligible for two separate grant programs, the Housing Production Municipal Grant Program and the Housing Infrastructure Municipal Grant and Loan Program. This bill has been a product of bipartisan work that could empower the growth of workforce and affordable housing while also respecting local control. It would break down existing barriers to housing development, which include a reluctance toward increasing workforce housing due to concerns about the impact it would have on water and sewer, infrastructure, schools, and safety services. Support would be impactful because I think we all know the rising cost of infrastructure, but at this point it costs about $2 million per mile to build our sewer and water infrastructure. And so I think this program is really important. It's also directly responsive to the needs of municipalities. It was created in concert with a diverse group of stakeholders, including the New Hampshire Municipal Association, the BIA, New Hampshire Bakers Association, and the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, and the New Hampshire Association of Realtors and the Housing Action New Hampshire. As evidenced by this diverse coalition, it's foundational for so many issues in our state, and I ask that you agree with the committee's unanimous recommendation and vote ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Is there any further discussion? The bill is on second reading. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? Senator Susie has asked for a roll call, seconded by Senator Chanley. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 21-3. On the motion of ought to pass, and Senate Bill 145 is ordered to the Committee on Finance.
Recess, please.
Okay? The Senate will be in recess good? The Senate will come out of recess, and please be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 272 FN, an act establishing Parents' Bill of Rights in Education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. SB 272 FN reaffirms that parents have a fundamental right and responsibility to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their minor children. Further, no educational institution may withhold information about a child, the child's health, the child's school environment, or the child's in-school behavior. They cannot withhold it from the child's parents without a compelling state interest. The majority of the Senate Education Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 272 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. I believe there's a floor amendment, so I'm going to recognize Senator Carson for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move amendment number 1038S.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is based, we had just had to fix a couple of words in here. The word impinging was used incorrectly in one sentence, so that was corrected. And on line 8, impinging was also placed into the bill. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and I hope everyone can support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment, number 1038S? Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open for further discussion. Senator Fenton, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass on SB 272. SB 272 is a bill that has been packaged as something designed to foster healthy relationships of communication between parents and schools, and that it is simply meant to inform parents of their rights all in one place. Supporters claim that this is meant to help children, that this is meant to give clarity to the law so that parents and teachers are able to communicate in effective ways, working to eliminate the hostility and mistrust that has been fostered between our schools and parents, and that sounds wonderful. The reality of this bill is much different. The rights for parents that this bill claims to cover, for the most part, are rights that already exist in statute. Rights that schools are already aware of, and rights that any parent in the state of New Hampshire is able to access. A glaring exception to this is the addition of reporting requirements on students regarding their gender identity as is outlined in this bill. By singling out transgender students to be specifically surveilled and reported on by their teachers, those students will not only have their rights violated, they will be made all the more vulnerable to harm. Whether that harm is caused when a student is outed to an unsupportive family member, or by making a student feel as though they cannot be their authentic self out of fear of reporting, the undebatable reality is that SB 272 will cause harm. Beyond the harm this will cause on an individual level, SB 272 will further drive the transphobic and homophobic narrative that has begun to infiltrate our state from national interest groups. The attacks and targeting of the LGBTQ+ community has increased across the country, and New Hampshire is no exception to that. And it's bills like this that only embolden individuals who choose to target the LGBTQ+ community. The hometown of my friend and colleague from District 21 was recently subject to such hate and inspired and bigoted attacks. Colleagues, I ask that you look at S. Bill 272 and recognize that it will not help build healthy relationships between schools and parents. It will instead harm our transgender youth and continue us all down the path of divisiveness and outsized rhetoric. I know that myself and my constituents recognize that it is not the New Hampshire way, and I hope you all will join me by voting no on the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. I now recognize Senator Prentice to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 272 and the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. First, I want to say I do appreciate the work of the bill's sponsor, considering all of the feedback on 1431 last year. I believe that the large majority of that was heard. However, I continue to ask this question: what is the real need? How did we get here? I ask myself, when did we stop listening to each other? When did children and parents stop talking to each other? When did teachers become enemies instead of trusted partners? Before I go any further, I'm a parent, and by no means are any of my comments directed, and my position on this bill is being disrespectful to any other parent, not only in this chamber, but throughout the Granite State. What's best about this bill, and Senator Fenton, my colleague from District 10, already mentioned this, is that it does promote parental teacher involvement. And also, my colleague from District 10 already talked about the fact that 272 in large part cites what the rights are of parents, items that are already in statute, and affirms them. But it does carve out certain provisions that talk about gender identity, targeting the LGBTQ community. And it doesn't call out any other student population. And in fact, I wouldn't want it to, but that is, in my opinion, that is concerning and harmful. I'm troubled again that we're back here. And for the record, I just want to offer a few more things. First of all, 1,533 people signed in opposed to this bill. 400 signed in favor of this bill. And we did hear hours of testimony. And if I tell you that I've lost sleep over this bill, as I trust many of you have, it's not an exaggeration, it's the truth. In fact, at 4:14 a.m. last night, my phone rang. And being a history of working as a paramedic and a medical examiner and having an elderly mother down the street, I was like, who is this? I jumped up, answered my cell phone, and it was a student from Lebanon High School. He thought he was going to get an answering machine, but he got me, okay? And he wanted to express his opposition. So this is a 24/7 job that we all do, and I appreciate all of my other colleagues. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this, and again, I'm opposed, and I ask us to vote this down so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation ought to pass. And I'm rising really on behalf of just the proud parents of New Hampshire, but also as a father myself and as a husband. And having two young children, watching my wife, who I consider to be a rock star of a parent, I can't imagine any scenario where anyone would try to keep any information or secrets from my wife, all right, she's very involved in their education, their daycares. She does an amazing job. I'm lucky, my kids are even luckier to have someone like that. To think that there would be any policy, any scenario where you would exclude a proud parent like that, I think is not something that is valued. It should not be valued in this state, and that's a bad policy. But let's understand, teachers they're government employees, they work for the government. To have the government, a government actor in any situation, working with or associating with minor children, your minor children, and then keeping secrets from the parents. Think about what we're talking about here. This withholding of information from families in keeping them out of the involvement is not something that should be tolerated in the state. This isn't about phobias. This isn't an attack or directed at any group or group of individuals. This is about putting parents in a position where they stay involved in the upbringing of their children. And that's what this is about. And New Hampshire families deserve this. So I'll be supporting the ought to pass, and I hope the rest of you join me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is still on second reading. Open for further discussion. Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the ought to pass motion on Senate Bill 272. Couple things about this bill. This bill doesn't require educators to report on conversations with students. If a parent does ask directly about something like their child's gender identity or sexual orientation, this bill simply reasserts the parent's right to be truthfully and completely informed if the school is taking part in their child's gender identity or transition. There's no real threat here. And if we think about it, there are a lot of things that parents would want to know if they were happening at school with their child. If their child's threatening violence against others, parents are generally told and action is taken. If a student's considering self-harm, suicide, something along those lines, parents are told, they get involved. But if a student says they want transition, some schools and some school boards have policies or are considering those that would tell the teachers they can't really let the parents know that. That strikes me as odd as a father of 3 and as someone who himself has come out. And I can tell you, it's never, ever easy. It's scary. You don't know how people are going to react. But more often than not, parents react with a little bit of shock and a little bit of awe. Trust me. And then, after that passes, they recognize this is their child. They love this child, and they'll support this child. And the schools can play an important role in this process of helping everyone to navigate this process. As a co-sponsor, I can tell you I'd never sponsor a bill or co-sponsor a bill that would hurt a child or a family. This bill is not anti-anything. Let me repeat that. It is not anti-anything. This bill is pro-child, pro-parent, pro-family, and in many ways, pro-teacher. So let's let parents be parents in partnership with the schools and teachers to help children to navigate their way into adulthood, where they can be productive citizens and show that same love and support that their parents and teachers show them to their own children. This bill should pass. This bill helps children, it helps families, it helps the LGBT community, of which I am a part. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The chair now recognizes, Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to SB 272. First, let me say that I, without a doubt, believe that parents are their children's best mentors, caregivers, most devoted advocates, and first educators. Their responsibilities and rights are enumerated in our law and in our practice. In many places in our own New Hampshire law. But my concerns with SB 272 are many, but I'll stick to just a few items that came before the committee that I have heard from constituents and that I think need to be addressed. As I've discussed with regard to other bills before us, we are facing a crisis in mental health. Our struggles to address children's mental health certainly predate the pandemic, but were exacerbated by it. I am concerned that SB 272 may do further damage to our ability to provide responsible mental health care to our children. Trusted experts in education, mental health care, mental health services, physical health care, and child welfare strongly oppose this legislation. They testified in opposition. We need to take their words seriously. We in this Senate, in this legislative body, some of us have expertise in various areas. Many of us have a good working knowledge of a lot of areas, but few of us are the experts in the areas of mental health and child welfare. We as parents are most responsible for our children, but that doesn't mean we are always able to make the very best decisions for all children and all parents. Among LGBTQ youth, suicidal thoughts are increasing. A number of studies have demonstrated this. Demonstrating that more than 70% of teens who identify as gay, lesbian, or bisexual report symptoms of depression. Sometimes those students will go to their parents, but sometimes they are unable to. They may choose another trusted adult. And while we would all like those children to be able to speak to their parents and work with their parents, we should also be grateful that there is sometimes another trusted adult available to them. I don't believe that SB 272 is the right decision for New Hampshire children, parents, or the mental well-being of any Granite Staters, and I will oppose SB 272. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. The chair now recognizes Senator Ricciardi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I care very deeply about all the children in our state. And I don't want any of our children harmed for any reason. I've looked at this bill really carefully, and the narrative that's being told that it's anti-gay or anti-trans is concerning to me, because I want everybody to live their authentic self. Everybody should be who they need to be. But there's a false narrative. I've done my research, and I can confidentially say that this is not an anti-gay bill. The false narratives that are being pushed are political. They are. All of our children, regardless of straight, gay, trans, or anything else, should be who they want to be. But this bill is about keeping open and honest communication between the biggest influences in our children's lives. That's their families and their teachers. I'd like to spend a little time addressing the false narrative and addressing the truth about the bill. The health and well-being of our children is being used for a political agenda, and we are told that parents pose the biggest threat to children's safety. But then in the same breath, we're told we can trust the schools to protect our children and no bad things will really happen. The bill simply addresses the parents' need to have the necessary information to best care for their children. We're having this debate today because we're told that parents are unfit and don't have the best interest of their children in their mind if they are gay or transgender. Well, I know as a mother that I love my son with every ounce of my being, and I would do anything to protect him from harm. And I can assure you, I would never legislate against any gender, person, being, race. That's not who I am. That's not why I stand before you. We're doing a very big disservice to our families if we disregard that love and focus only on a few awful exceptions. So you have to ask yourself, why would this bill be created in the first place? Why on earth do we need parents to have rights about what's going on in their kids' schools? Well, let's just get the elephant right out of the room. Let's talk about why this bill was created. Because things are going on in schools that parents don't know about, and it's wrong. So I have to read this because this is from educators in my district. It's very long, so I won't read all of it. These educators say, "We are very concerned about the growing push for gender ideology in our schools. Increased pressure is being placed on us for this ideology, whether it be by the use of certain names, pronouns, or attending various pro-transsexual indoctrination sessions under the guise of professional development. Promoting this ideology goes against some of our personal convictions. We're uncomfortable teaching in this environment. We have noticed a clear uptick. Now, before I repeat that, if you are gay or transgender, you should be your authentic self. But if you're young and you're figuring things out, you shouldn't be having this discussion in schools, which adds to more confusion in the end. This is for parents to be involved. Back to the letter from my educators. We are uncomfortable teaching in this environment. We have noticed a clear uptick in the number of young girls who now wish to be boys. We believe that this is a result of transsexual promotion efforts. These girls were already suffering from various behavior efforts, but now they're being led down a path of confusion by some of our activist progressive colleagues. Those suffering from gender dysphoria and encouraged to join gender-affirming clubs after school. In one of our schools, this club was even promoted on the school's news, and students were told their parents didn't need to know. And we don't need a parental bill of rights. We know of one parent who is trying to get her daughter help without school professionals to deal with her daughter's dysphoria. But unbeknownst to her, the school is thwarting such efforts with its pro-transsexual agenda. It's very long, so I'm going to cut down to the bottom, but we should be focused on discipline, work study habits, and core academic topics, not propaganda. It is getting very uncomfortable to be a teacher with such politics in our schools. Any objection is met with scorn or ostracism by progressive colleagues. Some of us are beginning to think about career changes. That would be a shame, as we are dedicated educators, and there is a shortage of teachers in general. It is for these reasons we call upon our legislators to stop this activism in our schools. First and foremost, parental laws need to be strengthened, and parents need to be aware of all curriculum. Permission must be granted before any student is exposed to objectionable material, and it goes on. So another reason this bill was created is, I know this bill doesn't really speak to it, but it's why the bill was created, and that is some of the books. Now, I don't believe in banning books. I think libraries should be filled with good things for our young minor children. And if you have books with 2 dads or 2 moms, that's great. We need to represent all people. All people should be represented and treated fairly and equally. But I don't think pornography is okay. We have pornography. Okay, I have a letter from a teacher, a parent. I can't even read to you what these books are because they're so obscene, I think I'd be thrown out of the chambers. But the issue at hand is the presence of this is a parent, highly explicit, sexualized, and inappropriate materials in our public school libraries. Some have questioned whether this pornographic content actually exists in public school libraries and whether it is really being pushed. The answer is yes and yes. This father writes, I hate the idea of banning books, and we're not a family of prudes. My father's Dartmouth fraternity brother wrote the movie Animal House. But the people in charge of many of our schools' libraries are pushing astoundingly purient material on some of our youngest students. Another reason the Parental Bill of Rights has been created. You know, we have children, even if they're 18 in high school, and their parent has to call in if they're absent. Their parent has to sign forms for curricular activities, if they play sports, if they change whether they're going to do football or baseball. The parent has to sign that child out if they're going to go to the dentist and leave school early. But they can't know anything else? Who decides that? Who gets to decide what we know and we don't know? You know, our New Hampshire Supreme Court addressed this issue in Devon versus O. And our court stated, parental rights are natural, essential, and inherent within the meaning of New Hampshire's Constitution. And it goes on to say that biological and adoptive parents are presumed to be fit parents until they are found to be unfit. We must value and support the loving relationships that exist in our New Hampshire families, and the public overwhelmingly agrees. Senate Bill 272 stands up for truth, for love, for family. It also stands up for school employees who will no longer be forced to lie or under threat of punishment. I hated that I had to stand here and talk about this. This upsets me, and I think that we have gotten into such a place that I hope we can come back from it. I can't even finish right now. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The bill is on second reading and is still open for further discussion. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that has divided our chamber, now going into the second year, and it is emotional because our constituents feel very strongly about it. And so I rise today in opposition to the ought to pass motion on this bill, and I want to share a different perspective. There has been a lot of talk about what's the purpose of this bill? Why are we here? And I think if you look at the plain language of the bill, we spend the first half of the bill listing out rights that are already in law. And it's very clear because we even cite that statute in the bill. Okay? It's very clear. Then there are certain sections of the bill, as you read on, that are specifically targeting a certain population, and that is our LGBTQ population. It's right there in the plain language, and no one has denied it. It is without question that this bill is targeting, by the plain language, is targeting our trans and gender non-conforming students here in New Hampshire. We know it because the bill's sponsor have said it. We know it because that's what the plain language of the bill says. And we know it because we have heard from our trans and gender non-conforming students and community that they feel targeted. We can't ignore that. What is troubling to me is the overreach by government in this bill that will infringe upon the individual rights and freedoms of these transgender youth who are being targeted in this bill. This piece of legislation will put the state, our schools, our teachers in violation of existing law, the Constitution, and what we are meant to stand for in New Hampshire, the live free or die state. This bill will open the floodgates for litigation, and I want to tell you why. The U.S. Supreme Court has long recognized, we all know this, a federal constitution to the right to privacy. This is something we also hold so dear in New Hampshire. The Supreme Court did this through two different cases, Whalen v. Roe and Sterling v. Borough of Minersville, that are directly related to this situation. The rights given our citizens in those bills by the Supreme Court specifically covers the release of personal matters such as bodily autonomy and sexual associations. Exactly what we're talking about in this bill. That right to privacy guaranteed by the U.S. Supreme Court is given to all U.S. citizens, regardless of their age. And it is also further reinforced through federal law under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, which ensures against the disclosure of personally identifiable information, protecting students from exactly the kind of privacy violation that we are promoting in this bill. Those protections not only exist at the federal level, but also at the state as well, through our own Constitution and other statutory protections. Our laws, our Constitution explicitly state that transgender individuals should be free from discrimination. I think it's worth reading from New Hampshire's non-discrimination statute, RSA 354A, which states, and I quote, "The general court hereby finds and declares that practices of discrimination against any of its inhabitants because of age, sex, gender identity, race, creed, color, marital status, family status, physical and mental disability, or national origin are a matter of state concern. That such discrimination not only threatens the rights and proper privileges of its inhabitants, but menaces the institutions and foundations of a free democratic state, and threatens the peace, order, health, safety, and general welfare of the state and its inhabitants. This is strong language, Mr. President. The legislation before us is antithetical to the hard work that this legislature did to protect our LGBTQ+ community from discrimination just a few short years ago when revising this statute. This bill is also a clear violation of New Hampshire's own constitution, and here's how. The New Hampshire Constitution reads, I quote, "Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by this state on account of race, creed, color, sex, or national origin." In Bostock v. Clayton County, the U.S. Supreme Court determined an individual cannot discriminate against a person based on their sexual orientation or gender identity without discriminating against that person based on sex. Putting those two things together, it becomes crystal clear that this bill before us would violate our students' constitutional rights as New Hampshire citizens. Even the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights sent out a notice of interpretation that when they enforce protections under Title IX against discrimination on the basis of sex, those protections include discrimination based on sexual orientation and discrimination based on gender identity. These rights, established by the Supreme Court, the state and federal constitutions, and through federal and state law, do not cease to exist when a student enters school grounds. So what does all these rights and laws have to do with the bill before us? SB 272 clearly states the right to inquire of the school or school personnel and to be truthfully, completely informed if their child is being identified by any name other than the name under which the child was enrolled. It goes on. Next one. The right to inquire of the school or school personnel and to be truthfully and completely informed if the child is being identified or referred by the school district staff as being a gender other than of which the child was identified or referred when enrolled. And lastly, the right to inquire of the school or school personnel and to be truthfully and completely informed if any school or school personnel are proceeding with any intervention to affirm or to provide an accommodation of a child's asserted gender identity when the student's gender identity is other than that of which the child was identified or referred when enrolled. I cannot see how anyone reading this legislation would look at it and say that it is not about transgender youth. It's right there. In black and white, it is clear right there on the page that this bill would subject transgender students to a level of surveillance and unconsented disclosure of private, very personal, deeply personal information based on their gender identity. And this revelation, this requirement of non-consented disclosure, we are not asking a single one of their cisgender peers. They're not going to be subject to that. We are clearly singling this population out. Ultimately, there is no other conclusion that a person can come to other than that this bill would force schools to report on transgender youth in violation of their rights, in violation of the law, and in some cases, in violation of their safety. If we are truly concerned, which I believe this body is, and we have heard this, if we are truly concerned with school districts lying to parents, why doesn't the legislation merely prohibit schools from lying to parents? Why instead are we singling out a very vulnerable minority group in law? Lastly, as someone who's spent my entire career working to protect children, I have to point out that this bill makes absolutely no reference to the rights of our children. By only outlining parents' rights in statute, again, rights that are already in law, and bizarrely even cited within the legislation, we are elevating the rights of parents to the exclusion of any unmentioned children's rights. This is personal for me like it is for so many. As the mother of a very strong-willed 9-year-old, I would never stand here and say that parents don't have the right to raise their children in a way they see fit. But this bill is a solution in search of a problem and will only stoke the culture war that is dividing our state and our communities. This is not what we stand for. This bill is wrong for New Hampshire children, and I really do hope we can put aside our differences today and do what we have always tried to do in this body, and that is to protect and honor our children and our most vulnerable. I'm asking my colleagues to vote on the right side of history today and vote no on the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Waters for a question of?
Senator from District 15. Thank you for taking my question. So my first question is, we have a lot of students who are 18, 19, 20, 21 in our schools. So since this bill just covers minor children, would this bill then create two classes of students, one who can join the clubs, use the names, do whatever they want and not get reported to the parents, and then the other class of students would be the ones under 18, but they're in the same classroom?
Yes, I would agree with that.
If I may follow up. I find I have puzzled over the issue of names in section F here. I puzzled over, how does it facilitate, which means to make easier to have a gender transition if you use certain names, when it seems like the evidence would be that it's going to make, that you doing that is an act of cards that makes it maybe harder for you. But I just wanted to clarify that because it says name there, this has nothing to do with pronouns. So if the he wants to be called a she or a they or whatever, this bill would not cover that and require a teacher report if somebody is going by a different pronoun.
I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you. If I may ask one more question? Thank you. And just because I remember back in the 1950s when you could be arrested if you didn't have 3 identifiable articles of clothing or underwear that were of your own supposed gender. I just want to be clear, this bill would not require a teacher to report if a student at school changed into clothes that might be associated with a different gender or underwear or whatever that might be, somehow apparent, that the teacher would not have to report whatsoever about clothing.
That is a very important question because the question is that I don't know, right? The point I think that you're making is that the language is very vague about, when a teacher could potentially be subject to pretty significant penalties if they fail to disclose something related to a gender. And what you're describing could very well happen if this bill passed. And that is very alarming to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions? Senator Shardy.
The senator in District 7, if he'll take my question.
Senator Ennis, do you yield?
Yes.
Can you clarify, isn't it so that in this bill, if a child wants to confide in a teacher, it's perfectly okay, and they don't have to out to a parent even when asked? It is only in the instances where the child is out at school, not a confidence between the teacher and the child. Is that true?
That's my understanding, Senator, yes. And in the testimony, I've been thinking, if a student is visibly transitioning at school or is visibly gay, everyone at school knows that. And I was thinking as a parent, would I rather get a phone call from my neighbor who says, Joey says your son Michael is transitioning? Or would I rather hear it from the school and the teacher and be able to interact with my child without such a rude awakening to a situation that really needs my attention? And I think this bill will create a situation where it's less likely that a student will be outed by his or her peers and more likely that it will happen in a way that supports that child. And I can tell you at age 13, I too was very confused. And parental support would have been very helpful. Yes, thank you.
Senator Altschiller for a question of?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for my colleague from District 5.
Senator Prentice, do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. We heard language today from our colleagues about having loving parents and loving relationships and supportive relationships between children and their parents. But in some of that language, there is a fear of being left out of their child's personal life. Did the committee, during your hearings, did the committee hear testimony from people who did not come from these loving, supportive families?
Yes, and in particular, there was one case I remember because it was a young lady from the city of Lebanon, my home city, who came to testify with her mom because her mom supported her, but they were there on behalf of another child who could not come out at home because that child was fearful of that parent's reaction. And so she felt the duty to come and speak to us as a committee. It wasn't the only one, but it's very memorable to me because it was a young lady from my city.
Mr. President, may I follow up? Thank you. During the testimony, did the Education Committee hear from people for whom, when they disclosed their preferences of who their partner might be or what their inner feelings were about who they were, that was not celebrated by their family because it was outside of what is culture, what we in this bill, particularly if we focus on page 4, and I specifically refer to the senator from District 15's testimony, page 4, lines 12 through 23, and then I would add myself lines 24 and 5. Did we not hear from people in committee that the culturally defined gender norm that they were stepping outside of was not a celebrated space for them to be in and therefore dangerous at their home?
Yes, we did. The hearing report is clear. Thank you. The hearing report covers all of this and is clear. And there were children that came forward. There were some adults that came forward and reflected on their experience when they were in school and when there were these differences with their families and they didn't feel safe in that space. So, thank you.
Senator Rosenwald for a question of?
The senator from District 15. Thank you. So I've been listening to this debate, and I think I'm hearing a confusion between sexual preference and sexual identity, and I think they're different. One is who you are, and one is who you want to have sex with. But can you tell me, what does it mean to be visibly gay?
That is also a very important question and not something that I can't answer, right? Because everyone has their own expression. Who is it to say that one teacher will understand what it means to be, quote, gay, and another teacher will have a different understanding? That is not the job of the teacher to determine that for the individual. That's information for the individual to reveal or not reveal when they are ready and when they are comfortable.
Thank you. And I apologize for not continuing to stand. I forgot. I forgot.
I think, Senator Rosenwald, if you hadn't said anything, nobody would have recognized it. I have Senator Waters for a question. Senator Waters has declined a question. All right, so I think we're down to our two final speakers, Senator Perkins-Quokka, then Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in strong opposition to the motion of ought to pass on SB 272. we've heard quite a lively debate here, but I think it's important that we always return to the language of what's in front of us and what we're actually voting on instead of just some rhetoric or perhaps understanding of the language in front of us. But, this bill would make public school teachers mandatory disclosures on whether a student is being identified by a different name, gender, or pronouns than they used when they were initially enrolled in public school. We just heard an exchange that sort of purported to answer this question of whether if a student made a private disclosure to a teacher about their gender identity or gender transition, would that be covered? The plain language of the statute says the parent has the right to inquire of school or school personnel, and to be truthfully and completely informed if their child is being identified by a name or name other than which the child was enrolled in school. We have to read this bill. And we have to understand what we're voting on. It would require that public school officials disclose on the extracurricular activities, clubs, or organizations in which students participate in. Looking at the language and listening to the testimony from the public hearing, which I understand was not all accepted, which is another issue, but we heard that 1,400 people opposed this bill. We cannot ignore the concerns that are being raised to us. The reality is that those in our LGBTQ community are being singled out here. It singles out queer and transgender youth for a level of surveillance in public schools that their peers are not going to experience. This language is particular to them. And not only are their peers in the public schools not held to the same level of surveillance, but in this law, if it were to pass, the same requirements are not placed on private or religious institutions, just public schools. Your time as a teenager and as a young person is meant to be an opportunity to explore the world. Explore and learn about the world, who you are as a human being, your religion, your gender, your sexual orientation, your beliefs. It's a time to question and discover. Our schools should be a safe place for our teenagers to do that. It's just devastating to think that the safety and ability to determine who you are is taken away from our students when our teachers are not trusted advisors. They can no longer be another adult in our lives that's available to us. And while I and my wife have fostered a safe environment for our beautiful daughters, and so many of you I'm sure have too, to have open, honest, and safe conversations, we are hearing that not all families are going to be supportive. I just heard my colleague from District 7 indicate that most parents will experience a shock when their child comes out, and then they will move to acceptance. Well, that may be true, maybe not true. I don't know. We have to kind of listen to the data that's out there, not just our own personal experience. But the fact is that we're being told that that is not true for everyone. It is not true for everyone. And to ignore what we're being told in our public hearing, in our public process, in the 1,400 or 1,500 people opposing this bill is negligent. We're ignoring the danger to our LGBT and trans students. The member of this body has been told about time and time again. Unnecessarily outing students at the direction of our government through state law opens these children up to a litany of dangers, including hostility, rejection, isolation, and even violence from their parents or other family members. And I'm sorry that this is data that you guys need to hear, but I need you to listen to it because we've been told about it time and time again. And, in conversation about sort of what can be disclosed or can't be disclosed, I think it's also important, again, to return to the language of this statute and understand that there is no one definition of out. Again, my colleague from District 7 said, it's scary to come out. And it is. I've done that too. But the fact that we still even call it coming out acknowledges something, right? It says, I'm going to be different than you expect me to be. Because we are still in a time when we are expecting a man to love a woman. And so for students to go through that, for children to go through that, for adults to go through that, it's a highly personal experience. And so if this one student's version of that is one small confession privately to a teacher, and another student's expression is to wear different clothes, or they feel very comfortable sort of visibly expressing being out, those are both captured here. They're both captured by the mandatory disclosure in this bill. And I think we need to acknowledge the reality of that. Further, SB 272's disclosure requirement concerning extracurricular activities, it targets LGBTQ students' ability to associate with gay-straight alliances, for example, as clubs. And we know that these clubs are student-led and student-organized, and they create a safe, welcoming, and accepting environment for all youth. Research has shown us that having these sort of safe spaces can help students' mental health, can have a sense of self-empowerment compared to students who don't have access to these kind of extracurricular activities. These students are less likely to, again, according to the data that's available to us, hear negative remarks about gender expression or being transgender, feel unsafe about their identity, or miss school because of safety concerns. Moreover, students with access to these clubs experience lower levels of victimization related to their identity and report a greater sense of belonging in our school community. I mean, we want school to be a place that our students want to be. That is in the best interest of our students. Schools work best when parents and educators can work together to help students achieve their goals and potential, to expose them to the world, all of it. Bills like SB 272 that open teachers and school districts to liability, confusing liability, vague liability, and create a narrative out of thin air that teachers are deceitful actors who purposely hide information from our parents is just creating distrust. If all of you who are here, and I hear you and I'm listening to you, if you are so supportive of our LGBTQ students and our trans students, which I deeply hope for, you need to listen to us. You need to hear that these new provisions can and will cause harm, and that in its plain language, this bill does single out gender identity and it destroys safe spaces. So please join me in voting in opposition to the motion of ought to pass so that we can introduce a motion more founded in the dignity and respect of our LGBTQ youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coca. I miss Senator Lang, who wants to speak. And then Senator Carson will be our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this bill. This bill really does three things. I think we all agree that parents don't surrender rights when they send their kids to public school. They are the ultimate care provider for their child. We've even codified that in our laws. There are certain circumstances where we've decided that we're going to enshrine in law these rights. The problem is we didn't put it in one place. So we have an average citizen who's trying to figure out what they're allowed and not allowed to do and what's been enshrined in law. They have to go look at Chapter 193, 194, 186, 189, 126, 132, 141C, 189B, just to name a few. This bill in its first section brings all of that under one umbrella, so a parent can find what their rights are as it relates to sending their children to education and what's been enshrined in law. It's the first part of this bill. I think the senator from District 15 said that. We're restating a lot of law that already exists in the first part. The second part of this bill says something really simple. Public employees shall not lie to its citizens. That's what the bill says. Public employees shall not lie to its citizens. I think we all agree that's a great policy. The last thing this bill does, it strengthens our reporting requirements for teachers. And you say, how so? So this bill specifically has a provision that says if a teacher feels that releasing information will put a child into an abusive or neglectful situation, they have an obligation to report it to better support that child. There is an out clause, no pun intended, for this bill to allow these teachers not to release the information to the parents. But it must be supported by clear and convincing evidence, not just an assumption. To the senator from District 9's comment about the Supreme Court, the assumption is parents are fit parents first. But if you have evidence to the contrary, you can avoid this portion of the law. But otherwise, the public employee has an obligation to be honest with its citizen. That's the whole bill right there. So I'd urge you to support, yes, support parental rights, support not letting public employees lie to our citizens, and strengthen the reporting law here in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. I apologize. I missed Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill seeks to affirm that parents have a fundamental right to know about what's going on in the school with their child. There are a lot of issues, such as how do you adjust in the school, how are you learning, what is your social life like, and what kinds of activities are you in. Yet, when we opened the hearing, it was very evident soon the majority of the people testifying looked upon this bill as being against LGBTQ. I also happen to know that early that morning, a call had gone out for a certain group of people, all hands on deck, and it was just packed with opposition to the bill. Why was that? You know, when people started testifying, I heard things like, my parents will kick me out if you tell my parents. I can't talk to them. Instead of turning to the parents when sexuality issues arise, the students are encouraged to talk to a trusted adult about their feelings. And regardless of the content of that discussion, many schools have a policy not to involve the parents. When it comes to questions about gender, the student is encouraged to explore this new identity with the proper gender expression with help of the trusted adult. The result is that the child will be one gender in school and the usual gender at home. The child now is living a double life. What a stressful situation. And then we wonder why our children have emotional problems. What is this situation doing to the psyche? Some of my Senate colleagues have referred to this particular group of children as very vulnerable, prone to anxiety, and depression, and maybe even suicide. I think most of us recognize that the teens, maybe even earlier, are, for many children, a very stressful time of their life. They're trying to figure out who they are, where is their place in society, what are they going to do, and living this double life is not really helping. And again, this is withheld from the parents. Most parents are good parents, and they love their children. They will do almost anything to protect them, to help them grow and to become productive members of society. To deny the parents the right to know about the children is incomprehensible. The parents are responsible for the children. They bring them up, care for them when they are sick, comfort them when they are scared, guide them on issues. I don't know anyone having a co-parenting contract with the school. A more productive solution in dealing with sexuality issues for the potential LGBTQ child would be to have the trusted adult help the child to talk with the parents instead of supporting their dual identity. We don't want deceit. Openness between parents and school staff is paramount. The child should feel secure knowing that the parents and the school staff are on the same page, working together with the ultimate goal to help the child through this rough spot. Remember, most parents love their children and will do their best. They like to be in the loop with what's going on, and that means having questions regarding their child answered truthfully by school staff with the ultimate goal being support of the child. That, to me, is the essence of SB 272. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Question, Senator Whitley.
District 10?
Senator Fenton, do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. I'm wondering, you know, as a parent yourself, you're on the education committee, you know, if we, you know, are concerned with parents not, as we heard from my colleague from District 2, if we're concerned with parents not knowing about their rights that are already in law, not being informed of their rights that are already in law, wouldn't it make more sense to just require the DOE to list those rights and give them to parents? Wouldn't it make more sense to, you know, require school districts just to inform parents of their rights?
Thank you for the question, and I think, you know, we're all parents here. We've heard, I think the majority of us are parents. I hope we're all good parents, but I think the reality is that some children don't feel safe around their parents. and we didn't hear from the DOE in committee on anything regarding this bill. I think it would be advantageous for schools to post those rights. There's also parents to ask their rights. The schools will inform them of their rights.
Follow-up? Thank you, Senator. So the other thing that I heard, if we're really concerned, what I heard from Senator Lang is that apparently school districts are lying to parents. Now, I haven't experienced that, and I have a third grader. I haven't heard from my friends or family that schools are lying to parents. But if we really are concerned, as I believe that this body is, wouldn't it make more sense to just say that in this bill that schools can't lie to parents? Wouldn't it make more sense to do that rather than what this bill does is to actually single out a very vulnerable group of students? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Thank you for the question. I think absolutely. I don't think parents are denied any access to their children once they step foot into public schools. That's just not what happens. I'm a graduate of public education in New Hampshire, and if my parents had a question about what was going on in my school or my curriculum, they got the answer.
Thank you.
Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise first to thank the body this morning for a very thoughtful, respectful, insightful conversation that we've had today. I think that's extremely important when we're talking both about parents and children. So there's a number of questions that have been raised. And in fact, Mr. President, I'd like to answer the question that my friend from District 15 just asked. And in the bill, section RSA 189B6, where it is going to require school boards notification of parents' rights. So that is already in the bill. They're going to be notified, and it has to be a written notice to all parents. So I think that hopefully will answer your question. But one of the questions that came early on is, how did we get to this place? And really, it's because of what was going on during COVID. Schools had closed, children were learning online, and parents were watching what their children were learning, and they started to ask questions. And unfortunately, Mr. President, in school districts across this state would deny parents the right to speak at school board hearings, school board meetings, which of course really added a little more fuel to the fire. And we started seeing confrontations between school boards and parents. And one of the things we did last biennium, and I'd like to thank those in the chamber that were here, we voted on a bill that sent a very strong message, was passed and signed into law, that said you must allow at least 30 minutes for parents to address their school board with their concerns. And from what I understand, the feedback that I'm getting, it's working very, very well. But one of the things that disturbed parents, and we've all heard from parents in both inside of our districts and outside of our districts, about what's happening. Now, one reason why we are here is because of a case that was brought forward in the Manchester School District last year, where a parent who is a teacher herself found out that the school was transitioning her daughter without telling her what was going on. And she was very, very, very concerned and tried to get information. And they basically said, we don't have to tell you anything. I can think of no worse confrontation that could happen between a school and a parent. A parent asking, what is going on with my child in school? And the school saying, sorry, we don't have to tell you anything. As a parent, I wouldn't know at that point what to do other than to hire an attorney. Parents shouldn't have to do that in order to find out what's going on with their kids in a school. That's one reason why there's section here dealing with transgendered students. The other issue that has come forward is mental health. We've heard about a crisis in mental health. We know that. We know that our kids are struggling. But how are you going to get mental health help for students if the parents don't know? If they don't say to the parents, hey, wait a second, something's going on with your child. You really need to take your child to a psychiatrist or a psychologist. They need help. Schools, for the most part, do not provide this. And by the way, the kids cannot get treatment without their parents' permission. So you have to involve the parents. And Mr. President, my colleague from District 8, we got to sit here and count. We ought to have like a little thing behind our seats that give the numbers, said something extremely important. Parents love their children. Parents love their children. Parents care about their children. Parents want to be involved in their children's lives. That is paramount. And if a child goes to a teacher or any other school administrator questioning their gender, don't you think that if a parent asks that they have the right to know? We heard today from my learned colleague from District 15 a number of court cases. Well, beginning in 1923, the Supreme Court has ruled, not only in that case, but in a number of other cases, substantiating parents' rights over their children. I think that's extremely important, because who's going to care for that child? Who's going to love that child? Who's going to guide that child? Is it going to be the school? When we drop our children off at the schoolhouse door, does a parent automatically lose their rights over that child? I argue no, you don't. Mr. President, when we had this bill last year, I promised the advocates that I would meet with them and listen to what they had to say, and I did. In fact, I've had subsequent meetings. And there's just a fundamental disagreement about this particular issue. But this bill reflects a lot of the changes that came out of those discussions. So no longer does a teacher have to automatically disclose. My good friend from District 20, I believe, talked last year about the relationship between a teacher and a student and how that could be damaged if the child said something to the teacher that they had to automatically report it to the parent. Well, I heard what you were saying, Senator. And so now it's if a parent asks, you have to tell them the truth. They don't automatically have to disclose anything. And I think that was very important. And I think it helps to protect that parent, the teacher-student relationship, that happens. One of the other problems is school districts are adopting these policies, and parents just aren't aware of it. They're just not aware. And we've heard about kids coming out in school. It's a very difficult thing, Mr. President. I think I would agree with my colleagues who have discussed this, but they've taken a step. They've taken a step. But that step is not taken in isolation. Other students are going to notice, Mr. President, that someone who came to school as, say, John, now wants to be called Jane. And don't you think that in today's society, kids can be very cruel to each other, especially on social media, that's not going to get out there? It is. It is. And what if a kid comes home and they're being bullied and the parents don't know why? How can they help their child if they don't know what's going on and get the truth? Are they going to get it from the neighborhood kid who says, hey, I saw a social posting about your child. What's going on? Or a neighbor? I can't imagine being in that kind of a situation. Parents love their kids and they want to help their kids. And I do think it's important. There is a section in here that deals with kids that teachers feel or believe that there's going to be an issue at home. And there is a process in here to protect that child. And again, I would like to thank the advocates for bringing up this particular issue, because we cannot hide the fact that there are kids that are in difficult situations. And we do want to protect those children. And there's an out for these kids. So if their parents ask, that it's going to be okay to withhold that information. And I think that that's very, very important as we go forward here. We heard about equality and rights this morning. But in this situation, where are the parents' rights? Does the child's rights supersede the parents' rights? Parents are responsible for feeding children, clothing children, housing children, making sure they get appropriate medical care. Parents have a lot of responsibility toward their children to take care of them. We might disagree at times just exactly what taking care of a child means, but I think we can all recognize whenever a child is in an abusive situation. But we now have to start thinking about the parents' rights because of what schools are doing. They're shutting them out of their children's lives under the guise of protecting the child. And I don't think that's appropriate, Mr. President. We have to remember that these kids are minors, and minors are the responsibility of their parents. We heard about clothing, changing clothing. When I was in high school, you might stick a pair of jeans that your mom didn't like or a top in your backpack, and you might stop at a friend's house before you got to school and changed, and then you do the same thing. This is very different. This is someone questioning their gender. And quite frankly, Mr. President, I'm concerned because I do believe this is such an important issue for a child and life-defining. That is it just a child going and saying, I think that I'm somebody different? Or is there an actual diagnosis of gender dysphoria? Two very, very different things. And how we act on them, I think, is extremely important. Mr. President, we've heard a lot of discussion this morning, and we've got a lot to consider with this bill. I do think it is important that we pass this bill. That's why I rise to ask the body to support this bill and support our parents. Over 80% of New Hampshire citizens support parents' rights. Over 80%. As a parent, I don't want to see any of my rights taken away because that's my child. That child is going to be with me for the rest of my life. They're adults. My children are adults now, and they're hopefully happy, and they're living their best life, which I think is what every parent wants for their child. They want them to be happy and living their best life. And my job now as a parent of adults is to be supportive of my children, whatever their life's decision, and to be their parent. I tell my daughters, I don't care how old you are, I will always be your mother. And I care greatly about what happens to my children. And if one of my daughters was going through something like this, I would want to know, so I could be there to help them. And I think I'm like most, if not all, Granite State parents who care passionately and deeply about their children. They love their children. Don't shut them out of their children's lives. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All right, I have a couple of questions. I think we'll start with Senator Waters, a question of...
Senator from District 15. So I'm sorry to my colleagues to return to a question I asked earlier, but we have heard testimony now from the Senator from District 7.
Senator Waters, if I could interrupt, if you could use the microphone, it would help me.
Yes, I could, and my apologies, Mr. President. I'm sorry to come back to a question I asked earlier, but we've had testimony now from the Senator from District 7 and Senator from District 14 that if an article of clothing is being worn, that one might identify with, potentially with another gender, then the understanding from what has been said on the floor here is that a teacher who does not report that article of clothing to a parent will now be subject to the penalty of law. Is that the way you heard what we heard from senators from District 7 and 14?
Yeah, I did hear that, and I think it's such a slippery slope, and this is one of my biggest concerns with the bill. What is a boy article of clothing? What is a girl article of clothing? This is something that I talk to my 9-year-old all the time. He's a boy. He's, you know, in every sort of way, he identifies as a very typical boy. Yet, he loves pink. He loves purple. What does that mean? Is pink and purple a girl's color, or is it just Jackson's favorite color? And I think that's the problem here. Who gets to decide when someone is moving towards a different gender based on clothes or just likes pink, right? Who gets to decide that? And I think that's the vagueness of this bill is part of the problem you're identifying.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Avard has moved the question, so I still have 2 questions and 2 people to speak. So the speakers are Senator Rosenwald, then followed by Senator Innes, and the questions are Senator Altschiller of?
Senator from District 14, please.
Senator Carson, do you yield?
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for taking my question. And I want to thank you for acknowledging that this bill is about surveilling gender nonconforming children more closely than their peers, as outlined on page 4, lines 12 through 23. And I would agree with you that parents do have responsibilities to clothe, feed, provide medical care for their children, but not, as you mentioned, not enumerated is a responsibility to love them and support them for who they are, and even while they're figuring out who they are. So my question for you is that in your speech you announced that this bill was born from parents feeling excluded from school board discussions. Were parents clamoring for an opportunity to know that their children were questioning their gender identity? Or were the parents clamoring to know that their children might be involved in a gay-straight alliance unbeknownst to them?
Thank you very much for the question. Based on the information that I've received from parents, either emails or phone calls, the answer is yes.
May I follow up? So based on previous speeches here and in testimony during the committee, would we not want to enumerate then that parents have a responsibility to foster those relationships with their children, and that we should center the children and their development rather than power and control of the parents who are perhaps failing in keeping their relationships with their children strong?
Could you repeat that question? Because I want to make sure that I really understand what you're asking.
Should we not then enumerate rather than what we're doing here in this bill, which is targeting the surveillance of children who are gender nonconforming, should we not then put a responsibility for parents that are already enumerated as clothing, feeding, and providing medical care? Should we also not add a responsibility that parents must support and love and bring up their children to have these close relationships that clearly some children are desperately lacking?
Okay, I think I'm trying to understand exactly, Senator, what you're asking. And it is very difficult, I think it would be difficult to put that into legislation, because you're right, everyone has a different opinion on what to love and support and have that supportive environment. And I think, like I said, I think it might be a little difficult to put that into statute. I think if you were to survey this room, there are some of us that would be accused of being helicopter parents, and some of us would be accused of being free-range parents. We let our kids do whatever they want to do. You know, Senator, you're always welcome to file a piece of legislation, and we'll have a great discussion about it.
May I follow up, Mr. President? Okay, so my children would often at the dinner table do this because they saw the helicopter wings coming in, because I was one of those. I was absolutely a helicopter parent. And that worked. That worked for our family. But I'm troubled, and I'm hoping that perhaps there might be an opportunity and you would entertain a motion of ITL, or at minimum re-refer, because what we've highlighted here is that not all parents are good at it. And we know this because we have kids who are coming to other trusted adults. So could we legislate for the few in this moment and acknowledge that those children are looking for that safe person to talk to, because perhaps the space where they live at home is not that space?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. I believe that's already in the bill, where there is an option for schools if they believe that a parent or I should say the child is going to be in danger. And they have an out, that they don't have to tell the truth. It has to be kept on file. But I do believe having that section in there answers your concerns. Thank you.
Okay, with apologies, because I'm still learning, when Senator Avard moved the question, I should have said without objection, the question is moved. So I'm now saying without objection, Senator Avard has moved the question. Okay, so we still have Senator Abbas for a question of?
The senator from District 2.
Would the Senator Lang yield?
I will, sir.
Thank you for taking my question. In your remarks, you mentioned we used the word lying. So I'm asking, if a child identifies as a different gender at school than they do at home, and a parent were to then inquire about that issue with the school, is there a requirement that the school be honest with the parents, and if not, is the school permitted to lie to the parents?
Thank you for your question. To be honest with you, there's actually a school policy. It's one of the reasons we're here for this discussion, is school policy JBAB, as I served on the school board going back to it, that specifically says teachers must lie to their parents if the child hasn't said it's okay. So they're told they must lie, and they're subject to disciplinary action if they do be honest with the parent and say, Timmy wants to be now known as Tina. And they tell the parent that, they can be disciplined for releasing that information and being honest with the parent.
Thank you.
Okay, our final two speakers, Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my seatmate from District 14 to bring up the issue of whether a gender non-conforming student or a trans kid could be bullied. And I don't know who else besides me has seen the movie The Kids Are All Right, but I think the kids are all right. And I want to relate an interaction I had with a constituent this fall when I was out ringing doorbells. This lady is actually a member of the clergy in Nashua. And she told me that recently, just before our conversation, she had learned that the son of one of her family friends, who her kids had grown up with, was transitioning from male to female. And I don't remember the kid's name, but let's say it was Ben. And so she wanted to be supportive of her own son, who had known Ben since early childhood. And she sat him down and said, when Ben told you guys that that was a dead name now, she wanted to be known as Jen, how did your group of peers support your friend? And her son said to her, Mom, we took out our phones and we changed the name in our contacts from Ben to Jen, and that was it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Now our final speaker, Senator Innes.
Clarify, this bill, and maybe I misspoke or was misunderstood, this bill does not require schools to say anything about a student's behavior. It only requires schools to do so if they are asked. And I was reminded sitting here of some song lyrics that I still sometimes use to find comfort. And it's by John Denver. I'm looking for space, trying to find out who I am, and I'm looking to know and understand. And I think life is a journey of looking for space and trying to know and understand. And I think this bill is a positive step toward helping young people to know and understand through the support of their schools, their teachers, and most importantly, their parents. Once again, I encourage everyone to vote ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The question is on the adoption of the motion of ought to pass. A roll call has been asked for by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Innes. Everybody's here. Are we ready for the question? Parliamentary inquiry.
Ought to pass as amended?
I apologize. You are right.
Thank you.
The motion is ought to pass as amended, which if you are in favor of that, you would vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chamley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. The motion is adopted and the bill, Senate Bill 272, is ordered to third reading. So my hope is that we can get through page 8 of the calendar and then we'll break for lunch. And I will inform everybody that I've been told that there's quite a treat available for lunch. All right. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk as we move to election law.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, CACR 10, a resolution, the General Court. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the resolution is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Susie for the committee.
Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope this is bipartisan legislation that will unite us and that we can dispose of it rather quickly. I move CACR 10 ought to pass. This constitutional amendment, concurrent resolution, provides that the legislature should convene on the same day in January as the governor's inauguration. Currently, the New Hampshire Constitution requires that the legislature assemble on the first Wednesday in January to canvass the votes for governor. When that requirement was drafted into our Constitution, it took a considerable amount of time to collect ballots, bring them to Concord, and ensure that the results were correct. The process now involves a lot of logistical effort on the part of legislators and staff for the very short amount of time it takes to present the votes in a joint session. The passage of this resolution will consolidate the honorary canvassing of the votes and the governor's inauguration to Thursday. This modest change does not prevent the House or Senate from meeting on Wednesday for other business should they choose to. It only removes the requirement that both chambers meet 2 days in a row. And speaking from personal experience, I would just add, I have had to explain this for nearly a decade. Why are we meeting? We're only here for 5 minutes. Because the Constitution says we had to. So with your support today, I would hope that we could put this question to the voters and create some efficiency in our state government. And therefore, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support on the motion of ought to pass on CACR 10. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi, and God bless you for explaining to me why we've had to do this for all these years. All right, the bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a constitutional amendment. 3/5 of us are required. We're going to wait for Senator Whitley to come in because a roll call is required. So we'll be in recess. No, we won't be in recess. Thank you, Senator Whitley. A roll call is required. Will the clerk call the roll?
Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentice?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
Yes.
Senator Chanley?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susi?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
Yes.
Senator Bradley?
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 24 to nothing. CACR 10 is ordered to third reading. So the last bill on page 8 is Senate Bill 132. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, Senate Bill 132 FN, an act prohibiting cities and towns from adopting sanctuary policies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move in support of the motion about to pass, and there was a committee amendment as well, so I ask that the amendment be adopted. And just briefly explaining what the amendment it does change the definition significantly of what a sanctuary policy is. And I think it's important to really look at the scope of what would cover it, because it actually narrows the scope of when the sanctuary policy would apply. It is specifically limited to circumstances where you're dealing with an individual who's already in lawful custody of the state, whether they've been arrested for an offense or there's been a warrant out for their arrest and they were brought in on that warrant. In that scenario, now the person's in the custody of the state, it will not permit a policy, a sanctuary policy, where it is a requirement that that law enforcement agency ignore any and all detainer requests that are from the federal government, without exception. And think of an extreme example. You can have someone who is a terrorist in the custody of the state, and it can be a detainer request, but if a municipality has adopted a sanctuary policy, the law enforcement agency would be required to ignore that. And what this does, it allows the law enforcement agencies to have their discretion to exercise what decision they want to make on a case-by-case basis. It does not permit police officers to simply go out and take someone into custody because of that person's status. Even if there's a detainer request that's been issued and the police know about it, if the person's not in the state custody, the law enforcement agency will not be permitted to go then take that person into custody. We heard an example that was provided of a situation in Exeter, and what was presented to the committee was that at a gas station, a person was helping law enforcement just simply translate, and it turned out that person who was simply just assisting law enforcement had a visa issue, or there was some issue with their status, and then the police officers in that scenario then took the person into custody. That scenario would not be permitted under this policy if the amendment is adopted. It would prevent that from happening. Simply, you are not allowed, are not going to permit them to be ignored, and puts the discretion with the police to make the best decisions on a case-by-case basis on how they want to handle that. There's also some minor changes to the complaint process. It specifically listed elected officials and federal officers, and simply just says a person can file a complaint with the Attorney General's office. We didn't need to list all those specific criteria. So I ask you to please to support the adoption of this amendment, and then thereafter support the ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gannon.
The balance of the day to you, Mr. President. May the road always rise to meet you, the wind be at your back, and may you be hiking in heaven a half hour before the devil knows you're dead. Anyways, back to work. Why did I file this bill? An ICE agent from Fremont came and asked me. Many people in my district who are very interested in politics came and asked me to do it. And I had my doubts at the beginning because I watched it in the last term. And I probably maybe filed a bit harsh, but with the Abbas amendment, I think the shoe fits very well. Why was it needed in the first place? Over the last 2 years, the U.S. has seen disastrous border problems. We no longer have control of our border. Not even there's 3 to 4 million people coming, much that we know of, much less 1.5 million to 2 million coming that we don't know of. We don't know what type of people these are. So most are good. I'm very pro-immigration. My relatives, speaking of the Irish Day coming up, all came from County Galway in a little town called Tuam. They came, and the immigration system was great then. They had to have a sponsor. They had to have a job prospect. My grandfather even changed his first name to get a job because they said no job. His relatives weren't taking him in. Patrick wasn't a good name. Probably wasn't a good thing at the time, but they wanted to work, and they were not a burden on the state. So this bill, as I've said, we've been having, the governor's been pointing out we have a northern border problem. There are estimates of between 200 and 800% increase in a little area, Swanton. They call it the Swanton District. I don't know what that is, but it encapsulates part of upstate New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. So we have this 800% rise in that area. So one person even died. They froze to death in the last month. And so that isn't good. We're enticing people to come here because they think we have a sanctuary city policy in many of our communities. And so we're encouraging them to come here. So what this bill does is it does not mandate towns to participate in a federal immigration enforcement. It prevents them from saying they will never cooperate. New Hampshire municipalities should not be releasing illegal immigration, I'm sorry, I should wear my glasses more. Releasing illegal immigrants they arrest when they are sought by federal immigration officials. Sanctuary policies tell immigrants to come to New Hampshire. You can avoid enforcement, and that puts strain on our local resources. Again, I told you I'm pro-immigration. I want you to come. I understand people who are coming with asylum. That's fine too at the border. We're only looking for people. We're going to, if there's a detainer warrant out, and it's at the discretion of the local police whether they want to enforce it or not, God help them if they let in a terrorist and do nothing about it. But again, this is about cooperation. We cooperate in other areas. Years ago, you heard me talk a lot about civil asset forfeiture. The federal government has better resources, and in other areas, we also cooperate with them. So I want that to continue. In the first 6 weeks of 2023, 775,000 encounters with illegals at the borders, 135 countries they represented. 3,000 of these people had serious violent felony convictions in other countries. Those are the ones we caught. 10 were murderers. I don't want them wandering around New Hampshire streets. So if there's a detainer warrant and the feds say there's a reason to pull them over, I'd like the police to be able to. Just go through the steps really quick. The New Hampshire local law enforcement can't arrest anyone, again, as Senator Abbott said, on an immigration charge ever. They can only detain them for the feds for 48 hours. When an immigration detainer is lodged, an immigration warrant goes out with that detainer. A warrant of deportation can only be issued by a judge. So this isn't just something that a government agency is doing. USC 1326 very specifically makes it a felony, again, in our country, to enter illegally. There are dozens of specific cases of detainers not honored by the police in our country that have resulted in murders, rapes, and other felonies. In New Hampshire, there was a gentleman who was a financier of a terrorist organization. We had an ICE official. He did a great job at our hearing. I had to come back to my own hearing, but I read his testimony later. He talked to the terrorist who hid in plain sight. He illegally lived in Dover, had a job in Portsmouth. Without law enforcement cooperation, we're going to miss the next 9/11 terrorist. Or miss someone with a criminal rape charge record in another country, and a young New Hampshire girl will be raped or worse. As far as breaking trust with the immigrant community, ICE does not arrest anyone reporting a crime or a victim of one. They have a visa if they cooperate with the police that gives them a 2-year time period where they would not be prosecuted if they were here illegally. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Susi to speak.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 132. Here in the Granite State, we've historically taken pride in the diverse representation of cultures and ethnic backgrounds that have enriched our communities across the state. Enrichment that you can only thank our immigrant communities for. Most of my relatives came from the northern border through Quebec, and prior to that from Greater Paris, actually. And that's part of the fabric of many of our cities here in the Granite State. But legislation like Senate Bill 132 doesn't honor the members of our state's immigrant community, current or future, but instead seeks to place a target on their backs and tie the hands of our local governments and law enforcement agencies who've worked very hard to foster important relationships founded in trust within these communities. In fact, this is exactly why numerous local police departments and law enforcement officials came out and opposed this bill. They've expressed concerns with the legislation and how such legislation would severely damage their community engagement efforts and the vital relationships that they've made with immigrant populations in some of the Granite State's largest cities and towns. Manchester is an example where our police department has done extensive outreach with many of the immigrant communities for the very reason that many of these folks come from countries where they have a distrust of law enforcement, distrust of police, and they've worked very hard to foster those good relationships so that they can ensure safety. Beyond the unavoidable damage this bill could cause to community relations, there's the additional concern as to how the legislation would force the hand of our local law enforcement to act as an arm of the federal government or mirror the work of federal agencies such as ICE. Engaging in this would potentially violate the Fourth Amendment rights of immigrants from Manchester to Nashua to Keene to all corners of our state. In fact, the Municipal Association characterized this legislation as a state mandate, which will inevitably lead to litigation and impose significant costs on our local taxpayers. This bill is the antithesis of local control, as it tells our cities and towns that the state knows better than them when it comes to how they should work with their immigrant populations. And, you know, who says that local law enforcement doesn't work with and assist federal law enforcement agencies now, when asked? Matter of fact, no one, because there was no evidence presented at the hearing that that's the case. When asked, most of our law enforcement agencies gladly cooperate where they can, but they wait to be asked, and that's the appropriate thing to do. So due to all of these concerns, Mr. President, I would ask my colleagues to vote down the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended so that an alternative motion of inexpedient to legislate could be offered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Shardy for a question of
The senator from District 22.
Senator Abbas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, thank you for taking my question. I lean towards local control more often than not. What happens to the sanctuary cities that already exist in New Hampshire?
So what makes them a sanctuary city is the policy that no matter what the circumstances are, they would have to ignore any detainee request. This makes it so it's not a blanket policy like that. On a case-by-case basis, the police officers still have the discretion to actually ignore a detainee request if they want to. But that discretion then, for better or for worse, would fall on the police. So they're still allowed to actually exercise their individual discretion. It's not a mandate that they actually cooperate with the federal officers. So what this is doing is just eliminating the requirement created by some municipalities that the law enforcement ignore them on all occasions. It puts discretion in the law enforcement community.
Follow-up? And how do the police feel about this?
I don't want to speak for every single police officer. My understanding is some of the initial opposition was to the underlying bill, and there was some concerns that if a police officer, state or county sheriffs or local municipal police officers, if they were required to actually participate with federal officers, that it may impede their ability to investigate other state crimes when they're talking to people at the store, someone at a gas station may not be so willing to translate. And that's why this amendment, I thought, really addressed that issue, because now you're dealing with someone specifically who's arrested or in the custody of the state, or there's an arrest warrant for that person that's been issued by the state. And when that occurs, that's a probable cause standard, a higher burden than it is for a detainer request. So in that scenario, the person's already in the custody, so the officer's not investigating something that's unrelated. They're dealing with someone who's already in the custody of the state. And that means that for that to occur, there would have to be a violation of a state law. So that person's now already committed some type of crime that's been charged for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Perkins-Cuoco to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the motion about to pass as amended on SB 132. I am thankful to live in a wonderful, inclusive community such as Portsmouth that takes great pride in fostering and bolstering spaces where all are welcome. But this body and the state have seen in recent weeks and months, even the most welcoming of communities in the Granite State are under attack by hate groups, fueled and led in the name of white supremacy. SB 132 has the unfortunate effect of disparaging certain groups of people who are coming to New Hampshire to simply seek a better way of life. We don't overanalyze, critique, or question the motive of folks who are choosing to move to the Granite State or seek a better life from New York or Massachusetts or surrounding states, though we sometimes may tell them to go home. We must ask ourselves then, why would we force local communities to target specific groups of people? The reality is that bills like SB 132 cause the targeting and villainizing of immigrants and new Americans here in New Hampshire. It is concerning that this legislation, which is largely fueled by misinformation, also has ties to a group that has been designated as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center and that is known on the national stage to have white supremacist ties. Groups like this work to fearmonger and plant anti-immigrant rhetoric in order to push policies in states with a goal that I don't think we need to try hard to imagine. Many of you here have only known me with very young children, but I'm a big traveler. I've had the opportunity to travel a lot of the world. I'm also a former Peace Corps volunteer. I spent almost 2.5 years in Senegal, West Africa. And in fact, even Senator Waters and I were at the Indonesian International Week Cultural Night last Friday. And so I've had the opportunity to know a lot of people around the world. And just like most of us here, you know, people all over the world are good people, and they are just trying to improve their lives. As my friend from District 18 expressed, this bill is the antithesis of local control and would only cause harm to the immigrant members of our communities, as well as strain the important relationships with law enforcement that my colleague from District 18 was emphasizing. I would ask my colleagues to join me in voting no on the motion of ought to pass as amended on SB 132. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Cuoca. Senator Whitley, a question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Of my friend from District 21. Yes. Thank you, Senator. I was on the Judiciary. I am on the Judiciary Committee. Last year, as you're well aware, this legislature passed HB 1178, which bars localities from enforcing any federal law that is, quote, inconsistent with any law regarding the regulation of firearms. So, given that in New Hampshire, our local officials, this was the policy of 1178, are not, we're not supposed to do the bidding of the federal government. Is there any reason we should abandon the principle that we passed in 1178? Abandon that principle for immigration while holding up that principle for firearms?
That would seem to be an internal inconsistency, my friend.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass, I just want to clarify some points. First of all, the issue of white supremacists supporting that bill, I can just say with absolute confidence that white supremacists don't like me. And if you think they're going to come to me to put a bill in and champion the efforts in the debate, you don't know them very well. And sadly, I know them because I've been on the receiving end of some of their negative comments. This isn't about white supremacy. All right, you can be an immigrant and be white. You can be an immigrant and be any race. And that's how this works. That's what this bill is actually focusing on. It's not even to target immigrants. It's someone who's committed a crime in the state of New Hampshire, who's now been arrested, or there's an arrest warrant out, so they're looking to arrest this person. And during that process, that person's would also have to be an illegal immigrant. They're not here legally. And after that point, now we have the situation, we have someone committed a crime, regardless of their race. They can be whatever. It's just, now they're in the custody of the state. Here we go. And it turns out, not only are they an illegal immigrant, there is a detainer request for that person, and the law enforcement now have the discretion. They're not forced to do anything. They can say, oh, well, we're gonna let this person go anyway. That's their discretion. You can't forbid them from actually deciding to, well, maybe with this person's history and the reason for the detainer request, maybe something that involves national security, violent crimes, those type of situations, they can now cooperate with that federal detainer request. That is it. They're not targeting immigrants. They cannot, it's specifically in the bill, the original bill, that prevents and forbids any form of discrimination whatsoever. If this policy is going to be applied, it has to be applied. It can't be applied based on race, someone's color, someone's religion. It forbids that. That would be discrimination. We're dealing with someone who the police feel is, for whatever reason, they should honor the detainer request. Again, it's a matter of discretion, not being forced. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Okay, the question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on Senate Bill 132. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had, again, another really great discussion well, now I think it's this afternoon. It's early afternoon. And one question that I heard, and it was an interesting discussion concerning a House bill that was passed last year. And I think we're talking about apples and oranges, quite frankly, because that bill was based on an individual's constitutional right. And I think we all know how important an individual's constitutional right is and our duty and obligation to protect an individual's constitutional right. So I want to just make that extremely clear. But why do we need this bill? Well, over the past few years, the United States has seen disastrous border policies that have caused tremendous harm to towns and cities across the United States. Our southern border has been experiencing illegal immigration for years, but now our northern border is also experiencing similar issues, with northern border encounters up to 197%. And I think it's important that we make a distinction here, Mr. President, between illegal and legal. We have thousands of people who immigrate legally to the United States, and we embrace those individuals, welcoming them into our communities to be a part of the fabric of New Hampshire. But what do you do with illegal immigration, which is what this bill deals with? We need to address this issue now to protect New Hampshire's citizens so that we do not experience the quagmire that our southern border states are currently experiencing. What does this bill do? Well, Senate Bill 132 does not mandate that towns participate in federal immigration enforcement. It prevents them from saying they will never cooperate with federal agents enforcing the law, such as executing an immigration detainer. New Hampshire municipalities should not be releasing illegal immigrants they arrest when they are sought by federal immigration officials. Sanctuary policies would tell illegal immigrants, hey, we're open. Come to New Hampshire to avoid enforcement, putting further strain on local resources. The uncontrollable flood of illegal immigrants from our northern and southern borders make it even more difficult to track down criminals who are exploiting the crisis to smuggle people, drugs, and guns. Thousands of individuals are apprehended at the border each year, and we need to make sure New Hampshire is not seen as sanctuary to those individuals who mean to come to our state and cause harm to Granite Staters. Let's be serious about this border crisis. The United States is not facing one border crisis, but two. Illegal crossing from Canada into the United States is surging. According to Customs and Border Protection, apprehension along the border in New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire increased 840% from October 2022 through January. Total encounters at the northern border have increased by 1,300% over the past 2 years. CBP actually sent 25 new agents to the northern border, unfortunately taking them away from patrolling the southern border. Yet the current administration has refused New Hampshire's request to have state authorities help enforce the border where it has failed. Last year, 343 people in New Hampshire died from drug overdoses, most from fentanyl smuggled across our border. One seizure in February found 4.5 million fentanyl pills, 3,100 pounds of methamphetamine, and large quantities of heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl powder. In 2002, federal seizures on the southern border totaled more than 50 million fentanyl pills and more than 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder, more than enough to kill every man, woman, child in America. Just yesterday, at a congressional hearing, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz admitted to the current administration that they did not have operational control of the southern border, which means the prevention of illegal entries, including terrorists. Is that what we want for New Hampshire? For our fellow Granite Staters? I believe not. There's also another key part of this that we just really have not discussed. We need to stop human trafficking. We know that women and children are being trafficked across our borders. I don't want to bring that to New Hampshire, and I don't believe that anyone in this chamber would support the illegal trafficking of women and children into New Hampshire. So, Mr. President, in conclusion, Senate Bill 132 would simply prevent towns from refusing to cooperate with federal authorities when there is an immigration detainer issued for illegal immigrants arrested for other crimes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on Senate Bill 132. Are you? Question, Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question, my colleague from Senate District 21.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Senator, at the hearing and since then, have we been presented, and there's a lot of discussion today about our southern border, our northern border. Were we presented with any evidence that this is a problem in New Hampshire of local law enforcement not participating when asked?
No, we were not.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The question is on adoption of the ought to pass motion. Senator Avard has moved a roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and Senate Bill 132 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. So without objection, we'll be in recess for a little bit longer than normal until 2 o'clock, and that's because there's some great desserts. Senator Carson has requested that everyone on our side of the aisle meet for a caucus at 1:30 on the 3rd floor. The Senate is in recess till 2. Attentive to the clerk, please.
Thank you. Gardner? There. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 155 FNL, an act relative to adoption of school administrative unit budgets. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 155 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, revises the procedure for the adoption of the annual budget for school administrative units. Spending on education is rapidly increasing in New Hampshire. Between 2001 and 2021, adjusted for inflation, the cost per pupil is up 77%, but teacher salaries rose only 1%. SAU school administrators are the highest paid employees in New Hampshire's public schools, and SAU budget growth is a significant challenge for cities and towns. Currently, the SAU budget is part of the school operating budget, and voters have to search hard to find it. SB 155 requires that the SAU budget be a separate warrant article on the annual warrant for all school districts. This will increase transparency and accountability to the taxpayers with minimal effort. The amendment makes the legislation consistent throughout by adding language to RSA 194C:3, which addresses single school district SAUs. The majority of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee request your support on the motion of all to pass with amendment on SB 155. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is a committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 155 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 220 FN, an act modifying the absentee voter registration process, absentee ballot application, and absentee ballot voting process. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 220 FN inexpedient to legislate. The bill would have changed the reasons a voter could register and vote absentee ballot and provide for partial processing of absentee ballots prior to Election Day. The majority of the committee determined that to change the reasons for the absentee voting were too broad and that a potential conflict with the Constitution. As for partial processing of the absentee ballots, there's another piece of legislation currently making its way through the process that addresses the intent of partial pre-processing of absentee ballots. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on a motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 220 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Rabus is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. And I received a lot of emails. I received a lot of people advocating for no excuse absentee ballots. So just to understand, by the mere fact that you're absent, that is your excuse. You have to be absent. And that is a big part of that gets kind of lost in the debate here. My issue primarily with the expansion of absentee ballots is Part 1, Article 11. It's in the New Hampshire Constitution. It expressly states that you have to be either physically disabled or physically absent. Those are the scenarios. And if there's any religious observations, that's taken care of and honored by other amendments in the Constitution. So to expand it beyond that, I believe would be a violation of Part 1, Article 11. the fear of getting sick and what amounts to a physical disability, the fear alone, other state Supreme Courts have struck that policy down as not a physical disability. And when we had this policy in place as a temporary policy in 2020, I still had the same concerns I had with the Part 1, Article 11, but I saw it, and this is my own observation that was in Salem during the election. There was people at the election polls all openly talking about how they voted absentee and that they did so because they were concerned about contracting COVID-19. And my thought and question to them was, well, why are you spending the entire day at the election polls? You're here, you're physically in the presence, yet you voted absentee ballot for saying you're afraid to come here. That's what I observed. So the one time we had a policy like this in place, I observed, with my own personal knowledge, this policy was abused by members, at least in my area of the woods. So that's what I can say from my observation. So my concerns are that this policy makes it very difficult to actually challenge someone's absentee ballot if it's no excuse. That's what that really amounts to. It's not called early voting, but it essentially would amount to early voting, and it can also be done by mail. So I would ask that in this scenario, this is a constitutional issue, but also I don't believe it's a good policy. So please support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Susi to speak.
Mr. President, as you can imagine, I rise in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 220. This issue is one that is tried and tested and true. Senate Bill 220 is a bill that recognizes the sanctity of our elections while also recognizing the circumstances of each individual in this state, recognizing that an individual's circumstances are different. Voting is a right that our citizens are afforded, but the ability to get to the polls, take the time to wait in line, risk the contraction of illness, and then finally to be able to cast your ballot is not something each and every one of us has the same opportunity or ability to do. In the 2020 election cycle, with bipartisan collaboration, changes were made to ensure that every eligible voter had the opportunity to exercise their right to vote in a safe and secure manner without compromising the integrity of the process. You know, I know that my colleague from District 22 spoke about the language of the Constitution, but the fact of the matter is the word disability is a stigmatizing word. The fact of the matter is there are people who, for reasons of their health, have difficulty or may not have the ability to get to the polls. They are, in fact, taking a risk. They are, in fact, having to make a choice. Individuals that have concerns about the risk of their health by going to the polls, being in close quarters, in 2020 had the opportunity to choose to participate in the voting process through our secure and well-documented absentee process. We saw in November of 2020 that people did want to have that opportunity, especially if they had concerns about their health, because 261,062 absentee ballots were cast. That's 261,062 absentee ballots cast in the November 2020 election, nearly 3 times the previous high. You know, as legislators, we're here representing our constituents. We have to respond to those needs of our constituents. And they have shown very loudly and clearly they want to have the opportunity to cast their ballot in a safe way. Our New Hampshire residents want to feel secure in our elections and trust in the results. And in order to do that, it's important that we work to adopt and modernize New Hampshire's election processes in a careful and precise manner. Senate Bill 220, in conjunction with the friendly floor amendment that I'm hoping I have the opportunity to introduce, particularly because it would add, following the word disability, illness or other medical condition. It wouldn't simply be no excuse. It would expound on disability to say illness or other medical condition. This would allow individuals to register and vote by absentee based on their individual circumstances. And it would also allow cities and towns to pre-process the absentee ballots prior to the election in order to ensure that the time needed to process the increased number of ballots is available. And in addition, we know that pre-processing helps those voters who may be exercising their right by absentee for the first time, allows them to cure if there's some defect in the way they've cast their ballot. This is truly a very moderate step, a proven step that was secure and successful, as shown in our 2020 election. It's critical that we listen to our constituents and make this absentee voting process permanent for all voters, as the right to vote is one of our most precious rights and needs to be readily accessible to all of our citizens. There's no doubt about it. The Secretary of State has verified it, our local election officials. The 2020 process was different, but it worked. More people than ever cast ballots. More people than ever cast absentee ballots. The election was safe, secure. We had results in a timely fashion, and people felt that they could exercise their right without, for many, having to claim that they had a disability, when in fact what they had was an illness that may be temporary. For all of those reasons, Mr. President and my colleagues, I would ask you to overturn the ITL. I do have this floor amendment ready. It is what we know our constituents want. There's overwhelming support for this legislation, as evidenced by the number of people that you're hearing from and that signed up in support of the legislation at the hearing. So I'd ask you to please overturn the inexpedient. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Perkins-Coker to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. In our committee in Elma, our chairman, who I always enjoy working with, I don't always agree with, but always enjoy working with, has challenged us to come up with a situation in which folks cannot vote absentee, which I appreciate. But the spirit of that is that we all agree that there's really no reason, if you can't vote, that you shouldn't be allowed another method to vote. I think we share goals here, which is that we really want robust and honest participation in our elections. And in its original form, SB 220, to allow absentee voting in any circumstance, really would have enabled this. To my colleague from District 18's point, you know, it allows each of us to plan our lives in a way that works, accounting for our civic duties, which to me is the epitome of local control. I'd also like to point out that, you know, people have different health circumstances, and this was something I raised to my fellow committee members. You know, right now, one of the only reasons, as my colleague from District 18 was saying, that you can use to check why you need an absentee ballot is that you have a disability. But there are many medical conditions that don't fully rise to the level of a disability, like Senator Susi was mentioning. For example, if you have a health condition, like someone in my family does, where, you know, their white blood cell count is low and so they can't be around a lot of members of the public, they wouldn't qualify to check the box on disability. So why are we making these folks you know, fill out an affidavit in a way that they don't feel totally comfortable with? I think my colleague from District 22 has shared his story of the polls. He shared that in committee a couple times too, and you know, it is one story out of a bunch of data, but at the same time, it strikes me that, again, what our goal is here is to have our participation in elections. That person was there participating in their own way. You know, why can't they vote how they want and hold signs if they want to? What harm is that doing to our elections? So I encourage you to support Senator Susi's floor amendment by voting against the motion of ITL. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coker. I recognize Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too oppose the inexpedient. Voting is a precious, precious commodity. It's one of the things that makes us all equal. We are all equal because we all have one vote. Restrictions on voting have been the keepsake of New Hampshire for years and years and years. I remember when you had to register to vote by going to the office where the checklist was held, and that was usually held in the clerk's home. And if you didn't get there by 10 o'clock in the morning, you couldn't register. These prohibitions have been eliminated over the years. Originally, remember, you had to be a property owner to vote. Women couldn't vote. So we've made a lot of progress, have we not? But the most significant part of progress is everybody's participation. Why are we so opposed to letting everybody participate? What's wrong with that? What is wrong with saying you can vote? And if you want to vote absentee, you can vote absentee. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? We teach, I taught, because I don't want to use a situation that covers everybody, but when I was teaching civics at the high school level, my aim was to get every kid to register and every kid to vote. Why? Because one vote can make the difference. One vote has made the difference on a number of occasions. So let's give everybody the opportunity to do it. Voting absentee, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make it more democratic. Big D democratic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Abbas, a question for.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the senator from District 20.
Senator D, do you?
Absolutely. Are you kidding? A question from Abbas? Let's go.
And I knew you would take the question.
I knew it. I could feel it. I could feel the vibes.
So when the amendments to the Constitution were made to allow women to vote, because unfortunately the original draft did not permit such, why isn't there any proposed amendment to change Part 1, Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution, which is the part that says physical disability? It doesn't just say disability, it says physical disability. So, which could be done by a constitutional amendment, which would, for the most part, make my argument mute.
Well, it would make your argument mute, but we can make your argument mute here by just passing a piece of legislation that says you can vote. That's a quicker way to do it, much quicker way to do it right here than to go to the public at large and have a constitutional amendment.
May I ask a follow-up?
Of course.
But if you
get two for the price of one.
Thank you.
You're
Now,
welcome.
let me ask this, though. If you didn't amend the Constitution, wouldn't allowing no excuse absentee ballot voting conflict with the language in Part 1, Article 11, and therefore wouldn't you have to change it before you would pass a law like this?
Well, I think I really don't know. I haven't read Part 1, Article so forth very closely. But I say we could solve the problem right here by overriding the inexpedient and taking Senator Soucy's amendment and doing ought to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Senator Gray to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee has had many conversations, as you've heard from the various senators that spoke against the motion. One of the things that I want to point out is that in one of those conversations, I got out my handy-dandy phone, and I'd get it out now, except the Senate doesn't allow me to. So I'm going to paraphrase what it said about disability. And then one of the definitions was a medical condition that prevents you from, and ... you put in whatever. That's a disability. So if I have a medical condition and it prevents me from appearing in public because of fear of contracting some kind of cold or other things, and my immune system is compromised, or I break a leg and I physically can't get there, or whatever, that's covered. In fact, the senator from District 21 spoke to my, I've told people before, is there something, legitimate reason why you can't vote? Come to me and we'll talk about it. They came to me years ago and said, mothers, sometimes the father has the car, okay? And she can't physically get there because she's caring for her children and there's no vehicle to get her there. We fixed it, okay? Other people have come to me with other things, but it's been in the past. In the last 4 to 6 years, I believe, no one has come to us with anything other than gee, I'd rather vote on a different day. Okay? And that's what the New Hampshire Constitution really is trying to get at. We're going back to our town meeting days when, for a town meeting, you actually had to go. You had to be there. And it wasn't the day before, it wasn't 2 weeks before, it wasn't 3 weeks before. It was a town meeting day. Okay? That's our heritage. We put into the Constitution 2 exceptions. The senator from District 22 talked about those. We've talked about people who are absent from the polling place, or the absence from the town. Okay, fine. Come on down, come vote. We've talked about people who can't make it because of a medical condition or disability. So, okay, come on down. There was actually a letter during the COVID that said the legislation that we passed to make it easier for people with COVID to vote wasn't necessary. That was written by then Secretary of State and the Attorney General. It says it's already covered. We don't have to do it. And then the last thing I want to try to cover is the ability to cure. In my opening remarks, I talked about other legislation, all right? And that's doing away with the outer envelope. Maine only has one envelope, okay? And they put the stamps on one side, the affidavit is on the other side. Not exactly the way I'd like it because of privacy reasons, but there's no reason for that outer envelope unless it's going to be mailed. And if it is mailed, there's no reason why the clerk can't open that outer envelope to make sure that the things are done properly. And that's already legislation that we've taken. So we're there. We want to protect the election. You don't have to do the same thing about showing an ID or signing affidavits or whatever if I vote absentee. That's in the law right now. Okay? So you can vote. You can vote absentee. You just have to have a reason in accordance with the Constitution, and we'll let you vote. And if we finally get the legislation through to do away with the outer envelopes, it will make it even easier. We won't have to wait until 2 days before the actual election to notify somebody who just left for Florida the day before, okay, but was here for 2 weeks, to be able to come down and cure a signature problem on the affidavit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Senator Chandley with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the senator from District 18, please.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Thank you. As I'm understanding the comments being made here today, the suggestion is that we should enumerate every potential problem that may come up so that we can include that in the exceptions. But I am wondering if you think that the reason for doing no excuse absentee is perhaps because we cannot imagine or foresee all of the reasons that might occur.
Thank you for that question, Senator. Actually, the floor amendment deals more, that I would introduce, deals more with the issue of disability, but I think you make an interesting point because my good colleague from District 6, I think, is actually making the argument in support of my legislation. The problem with physical disability, which I know, there's obviously a difference of interpretation. My colleague from District 22 has a more strict interpretation of physical disability. I would suggest to you that somebody who's agoraphobic has a disability that would preclude them from going to the polls. But if you strictly interpret physical disability, that's not physical. It might manifest physical signs, but that's not physical. So that person who's trying to fill out the affidavit under, penalty of some concern is going to maybe choose not to vote because they feel like they don't qualify. The issue is what's in the mind of the voter who's filling out that form and whether or not they fully understand and are as open and forgiving of excuses as my good colleague from District 6. Not every voter is as well informed and understands what the consequences are and may not be willing to accept any consequences, so therefore choosing not to vote. So I think the brief answer to your question is each individual really has individual circumstances, and we should not be forcing them to make a decision whether or not they can cast a ballot.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of an expedient to legislate. There is no further discussion. A roll call has been requested by Senator Susi, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chamley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted 14-10. And with great speed and fanfare, we'll move to the Committee on Energy. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 267 FN, an act relative to rulemaking for advanced recycling facilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 267 FN ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 267 FN directs the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services to review existing air, water, and waste statutes and rules to determine if rules or legislation relative to cumulative impact analysis should be proposed. Cumulative impact analysis means the combined impact on public health and environment caused by a proposed facility. Additionally, a position shall be established within the department with the duties of reviewing, planning for the development of appropriate definitions and standards as it relates to cumulative impact in permitting a facility. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Senator Altschiller, do you want to speak on the amendment or the bill? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support Senator Avard's amendment to Senate Bill 267. New Hampshire has been ahead of the curve on setting maximum contaminant levels of PFAS limits in drinking water. We are grateful to our former colleagues, Senators Sherman and Fuller-Clark, for their leadership that set the standards that the New Hampshire legislature passed and was signed into law in the summer of 2020. And it seems that that effort was noticed at the federal level. And just Tuesday, the Biden administration announced that the EPA will be lowering the federal parts per trillion for PFAS. In a statement released yesterday, the White House said, "This builds on 2 years of action to ensure every community has access to clean drinking water, free of chemicals and pollutants that harm the health and well-being of children, families, and communities." EPA anticipates the first ever PFAS drinking water standard would prevent thousands of deaths and reduce tens of thousands of serious PFAS attributable illnesses. Here in New Hampshire, we know, and we have taken action, because we know that water pollution, air pollution, and soil pollution don't exist in singular spaces, only affecting one part of the environment. Unaddressed air pollution becomes soil pollution, becomes water and soil pollution, Soil pollution affects both our agricultural crops and animals, and then that gets into our food supply. All of these things affect our public health. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the animals and crops that come to our tables, it's all connected. Assessing how each form of pollution impacts our public health is called the cumulative impact, and we need to start looking at our environmental protection policies through that lens. If we need a present-day example of a community dealing with the public health cumulative impacts of pollution, we need look no further than East Palestine, Ohio. The train crash with toxins that has created a soil, water, and air crisis for not only the residents of East Palestine, but for the surrounding communities, and that concentric circle of damage grows larger every day. So, we need to continue to be proactive and assess the potential negative cumulative impacts on public health before people get sick, before we have environmentally caused cancers, before children suffer from asthma and lung damage, and before maternal health is affected. Colleagues, I hope you will support Senator Avard's amendment to Senate Bill 267 so we can begin this important work.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 267. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 267 is ordered to third reading. Well, that was an easy committee.
It always is.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 147, an act relative to the Board of Dental Examiners. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 147 ought to pass as amended. This bill would ensure that the Board of Dental Examiners would have at least one dentist member that is licensed to administer anesthesia and deep sedation to deal with issues regarding anesthesia. This bill and its amendment would also require all dental practices that perform surgery that require general anesthesia or deep sedation must have at least one certified anesthesiologist or nurse anesthetist in addition to the dentist performing the surgery. This requirement is pivotal to patient safety because it will allow dental surgeons to focus on the surgery itself and the anesthesiologist to focus on the health of the patient. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendments? Question, Senator Soucy.
Question for the senator from District 14, if I may.
Senator Carson.
Senator, there seems to be some either misunderstanding or some concern about the amendment that's been expressed by a lot in the dental community. And I think part of the issue might be that this legislation in its original form permits rulemaking, and it would seem that you're taking the exemption out before the rules can be in place, which may create a gap in care for these young children. And the second part, if I may just ask the question as well, is that there also isn't coverage for those added professionals that would be required. So does this amendment, in fact, the committee amendment, perhaps put the cart before the horse? And if it doesn't, could you tell me why?
Thank you very much for the question. I don't believe that it does because, as we all know, statute trumps rules. So if we have something in statute, they're going to have to follow what we have put into statute. What I heard from many dentists as well, some didn't like the idea and others really supported the idea. We're talking about anesthesia being administered to young children, and that can be very, very tricky. So you're going to let one person administer anesthesia and monitor it while they're performing a dental surgery. And you stop and think, well, what kind of surgery would they be doing? And a lot of it has to do with the extraction of teeth, of course, especially kids that are going to get braces, that they might have to take out a number of teeth. And quite frankly, Senator, I can't think of anything more horrifying than a young child waking up during the procedure because they did not receive adequate anesthesia, and they have the bibs on them and there's blood. That can be very traumatic. And I heard from a number of parents who also supported this idea because this happened to their children. Senator, in my opinion, it's good practice to have two people in the room, one to administer the anesthesia, the other to perform the surgery. And as far as the reimbursement, we didn't have any testimony about any kind of reimbursement. And if this should pass, it'll go over to the House, and hopefully that issue can get resolved in the House.
Thank you very much, Senator.
You're welcome,
I appreciate
Senator.
you putting that on the record.
The question, I'm sorry, the bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And the committee amendment is adopted. I lost my place. Apologize. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 147. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 147 is ordered to third reading. All right, moving right along. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 85 FNA, an act relative to emergency behavioral health services and behavioral health crisis programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 85 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill amends RSA 417F by 1, revising the definition of emergency services to include emergency mental health or substance use disorder treatment, and 2, providing that community-based mental health crisis intervention services that otherwise meet the definition of emergency services will be covered by health insurance without the requirement that the services be provided at a hospital or emergency services under the Medicaid program. The committee amended the bill to ensure the new study commission is administratively attached to the Department of Health and Human Services. It also modified the required number of members constituting a quorum. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 85 FNA as amended. And by the way, there is no appropriation, and asks for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 85. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 85 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 108 FN, an act relative to participation of the New Hampshire Public Defender Program and State Employee Health Insurance Plan. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 108 FN ought to pass. This bill entitles employees of the New Hampshire Public Defender Program to participate in the state of New Hampshire's Employee Health Insurance Program. The NHPD is permitted to opt in or out of the state health insurance plan and must reimburse the state for the cost of all insurance premiums for all participating employees. The Finance Committee learned of compelling testimony given in the ED&A Committee concerning the New Hampshire Public Defender Program employees struggling with the cost of insurance premiums. Many of these employees are young individuals with families just beginning their career. The Senate Finance Committee overwhelmingly recommends passage of Senate Bill 108 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 108. Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 108 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 127 FN, an act relative to certain programs administered by the Department of Health and Human Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 127 FN ought to pass. This bill makes a variety of changes to statutes covering certain programs administered by the Department of Health and Human Services. In the aggregate, the fiscal impact of the changes are expected to be minimal. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 127 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 127. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 127 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 152 FN, an act relative to New Hampshire workforce training programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 152 FN ought to pass. This bill, effective July 1st, 2023, requires the Department of Education to develop a career pathway in marine trades at a regional technological center upon application, demonstrating need for workforce development, and establishing a career and technical education workforce development and innovative fund. Senate Bill 152 FN makes no appropriation to the newly established dedicated fund. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of HB 152 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any, excuse me, is there any discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 152 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 178 FNA, an act relative to certain specialty formulas under Medicaid. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 178 FNA be re-referred to committee. This bill would prohibit the Department of Health and Human Services from requiring Medicaid beneficiaries to spend their own personal income on specialty formulas, medical food products, or enteral formulas. Senate Bill 178 FNA makes a $375,000 appropriation to implement this provision. The committee learned that federal regulations make the bill unworkable as written. The department requests additional time to develop a different approach to address the issue of cost. So the Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 178 FNA be re-referred to committee and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion to re-refer, the motion is re-refer to committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee on Senate Bill 178. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. The Senate will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on... You already adopted it.
The motion of re-refer prevailed. My understanding is the motion to table was only going to be...
Just a matter of order. With the matter being re-referred, if it were made, a motion to table, that would expire with, and it gives the Senate much more flexibility since re-refer did pass to accept that motion and not put it on the table so that it is available for the Senate to work on. So at this point, I would not offer the motion to table.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. All right. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 189 FN, an act relative to the definition of gross business profits and determining taxable business profits. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 189 ought to pass. This bill proposes to allow business organizations to fully deduct their business interest expense in the year it is incurred for tax years beginning next year, January 1st, 2024. In 2018, the federal tax code was changed so that interest can only be deducted at the business level at 30% for the purpose of determining profits and taxation. This bill seeks to go back to the way it was before 2018 in the state of New Hampshire, when our businesses that had a capital expenditure loan were able to deduct 100% of that interest on the capital expense. This is especially important to the manufacturing industry, including companies in my district like Freudenberg and Osram, Sylvania. The majority of the Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 189 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise against the ought to pass motion for the following reasons. This change was discussed a couple of years ago, and at that time, Representative Norm Major expressed some real concern, particularly at the balance carry forward that's now in place, and what effect that would have on our tax returns. The other question is how many companies are involved and what will be the ultimate result? And that's unknown. That data is not available at this point in time. And as a result of that, I urge my colleagues to think twice before they vote positively on this, because there are some concerns. Those concerns could have a major impact on the revenues that we'll be looking at in the future as we begin developing our budget for the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 189. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and Senate Bill 189 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 197 FN, an act relative to operation regulation of certain business entities within the state. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 197 FN ought to pass. This bill makes changes to the operation and regulation of certain business entities within the state. The total combined changes would result in a minimal decrease in state revenue per fiscal year starting in FY 2024. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 197 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 197. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 197 is ordered to third reading. I'm sorry. Senate Bill 197 is ordered to third reading. All right. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 202 FNA, an act relative to establishing a Home Ownership Innovations Fund in New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 202 ought to pass. This bill creates the Home Ownership Innovation Fund within the Housing Finance Authority. This fund shall be used to make grants and loans to eligible applicants for the purpose of fostering innovations in the development and financing of entry-level homes for owner occupancy. The Housing Finance Authority may use up to 5% of any funds deposited into the Home Ownership Innovation Fund for program administration. Senate Bill 202 also appropriates $5 million to the Housing Finance Authority for deposit into the Home Ownership Innovation Fund for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. The Senate Finance Committee unanimously recommends passage of SB 202 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of ought to pass, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table Senate Bill 202. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 202 is laid upon the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 233 FNA, an act reestablishing the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, Children, WIC, Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 233 FNA ought to pass. This bill establishes a New Hampshire Farmers Market program for participants in the Women, Infants, and Children WIC nutrition program. The program will supply locally grown fresh produce to WIC participants through the distribution of vouchers redeemable at designated New Hampshire farmers markets. Senate Bill 233 FN contains a non-lapsing general fund appropriation of $600,000 for this purpose for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. Independent of this bill, the Department of Health and Human Services has been awarded approval to administer a farmers market nutrition program with federal funding from the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
to provide the federal minimum requirement, a one-time $10 benefit to 5,600-plus children enrolled in the WIC program. The USDA requires a 30% match of administrative funding from the authorized state. The $600,000 DHHS appropriation in the bill could be used to meet this administrative match requirement. Fund startup administrative costs and increase the fresh fruit and vegetable benefit to $30. For each year the program is in effect, an estimated 10,000 low-income households could be provided that one-time $30 benefit during the months of June through October for the purchase of fresh fruits and vegetables. The Senate Finance Committee overwhelmingly recommends passage of Senate Bill 233 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 233. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table Senate Bill 233. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 233 is laid upon the table. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 234 FNA, an act directing the Department of Health and Human Services to develop a public awareness campaign on brain health, Alzheimer's disease related to dementias, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 234 FNA ought to pass. This bill requires the Department of Health and Human Services to coordinate with the Alzheimer's Association and the State Commission on Aging to create a public awareness campaign regarding Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. The department expects to contract with an outside firm to conduct the campaign at an estimated cost of $500,000. The department anticipates it will incur the cost of the campaign in fiscal year 2024. Senate Bill 234 FNA contains a non-lapsing general fund appropriation for the purpose of this bill. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 234 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 234. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Senator Gray has moved to table Senate Bill 234. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Senate Bill 234 is on the table. Well, page 9 was a lot easier than page 8. It must be the St. Patrick's Day cake. All right. We will now move to the Committee on Health and Human Services. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which is referred Senate Bill 36 FN, an act relative to systems of care for healthy aging. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we vote down the committee amendment on Senate Bill 36 so that we may take up a new amendment.
Senator Birdsell has spoken. The first order of business. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. All opposed to the committee amendment, please say no. No. The noes have it. I'm getting the hang of this here, but it's not always easy. Okay, so A floor amendment has been proposed, Floor Amendment 1015S, proposed by Senator Birdsell. Senator Birdsell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer Floor Amendment 1015S, and this is a replace all amendment to Senate Bill 36. So this amendment will establish a system of care for the healthy aging for the department and to develop a plan to establish and maintain the system of care for healthy aging. It also requires the Department of Health and Human Services to do a number of things, including develop and coordinate a plan for the system of care, adjust rates for CFI waivers that is consistent with Senate Bill 86, which we'll hear shortly, and requires them to submit a waiver request to CMS to establish presumptive eligibility for Medicaid home and community-based waiver services. It also requires the department to create an annual report on a number of issues, including the total cost of Medicaid long-term care services, the cost of the CFI program services, and more. There are a number of new reporting and data collection requirements for the department in addition to the annual report, and the amendment appropriates $150,000 for the department to complete these new tasks. It also requires the department to maintain an online portal for providers, case managers, navigators, and other long-term care services, as well as public-facing online dashboard to track home and community-based waiver services data. And it appropriates $100,000 for these efforts. It also establishes a long-term care person-centered counseling program in each contracted aging and disability resource centers with a $1,197,600 funding. It creates 2 new full-time positions and appropriates $190,000 for these 2 salaries to run the new person-centered counseling program. And the income disregard is now $6,000 for individuals seeking nursing facilities or home or community-based care services under the CFI waiver. And finally, the amendment provides a 36-month or up to 60 months if deemed necessary by the department based on specific information on extenuating circumstances for the financial look-back period for Medicaid eligibility long-term care. Now, the original Senate Bill 36, my rough numbers show that it was just over 5.4 million. This actually brings it down to just under 1.7 million. So please support this amendment so that we can move this on to finance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Whitley to speak.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the floor amendment. I really want to thank my colleague from District 19 for her work on this floor amendment. It really represents compromise language between all of the folks that really care about this system. There's a lot of work that we need to do to improve this system. We heard startling testimony about how people are just not getting the care that they need, and when they're, we're going to check on them, folks are dying. I mean, it really is a situation where if we don't do something right now, we are in a situation where we are leaving our older folks without the dignity to end their lives with the support that they need. So I'm very grateful to the work that has been done to support this. The model that is in the floor amendment is a system of care, and this body will be familiar of this model because this is what we use in the Children's Behavioral Health System. This is a way to identify the high, I support the higher need folks, but also support folks before they get into crisis. So I think this is a smart way to do system integration in New Hampshire, and I ask for the body's support of the floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Is there any further discussion on Floor Amendment 1015? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on Senate Bill 36. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 36 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred, Senate Bill 86FN, an act relative to healthcare workforce development and making an appropriations therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 86FN ought to pass with amendment. As introduced, Senate Bill 86, 1, directs the Department of Health and Human Services to increase Medicaid provider rates and makes an appropriation for it. It establishes a community health worker certification program in the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification and makes an appropriation for it as well. It also directs the Department of Health and Human Services to issue an RFP to expand access to health services in rural and underserved areas of the state and makes appropriations for that as well. When the governor presented his budget request, he called for a 3% Medicaid provider rate increase across the board for each year of the biennium. As part of the budget building process, the committee amendment splits the appropriation as introduced into two $45 million appropriations across the biennium. The committee amendment removes several provisions of the bill as introduced so that the focus of SB 86FN can really be drilled down to the critical Medicaid provider rate increases, which the committee has heard need to be increased across the health care spectrum. For these reasons, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 86. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question now is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the motion of ought to pass with amendment. If we pass this bill as amended, it's going to finance, and that's good. It needs further review and consideration in the context of the budget to make sure that it fulfills both of its purposes. Those two purposes are, one, to develop our healthcare workforce, and two, to pay that workforce so that it is sustainable and able to deliver the quality of care granted staters expect and deserve. Mr. President, it is not an overstatement to say that our healthcare workforce is in crisis. And this crisis is clearly evident in the difficulty people in New Hampshire have been experiencing accessing care. As we're all aware, emergency departments in hospitals across the state are overflowing, and patients face long waits to be seen and admitted, or sometimes even sent out of state for care. Much of the bottleneck in available beds is because hospitals struggle to discharge patients who no longer need acute care and should receive step-down care, but they can't get discharged to the step-down care because nursing homes are understaffed and can't operate at capacity. Some nursing homes have closed in the last couple of years. Others are operating at only 50% capacity. On the psychiatric side, New Hampshire Hospital is not able to put patients in at least 15% of its beds due to a lack of staffing. More than a dozen patients who are there could be discharged to transitional supportive housing, but there are no takers willing to sign a contract with the state. The number of people receiving housing and residential services has actually declined in the last couple of years. Last year, we set aside an additional $4 million of federal funds to increase emergency psychiatric beds at community hospitals, but again, no takers. The result is that patients wait for days or weeks in emergency departments without treatment, and the state is tangled up in litigation. Several years ago, the state bought Hampstead Psychiatric Hospital and planned to quickly increase the number of psychiatric beds for children. That hasn't happened, despite contracting with a national company that supposedly would be able to recruit staff from other parts of the country. So children wait in ERs too, unable to receive timely care. In our developmental disabilities program, workforce is also an enormous problem. The Department of Health and Human Services is likely to end up with $70 million of general funds unspent this June because families can't find the care providers they need to provide services for their loved ones. Mr. President, as usual, money is not the only answer to a problem. We need to both develop our workforce and also fund it at sustainable levels. So I'm pleased that Finance will get a second look at this bill with the HHS committee amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 86, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 86 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 237FN, an act relative to Child Care Scholarship Program and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I enthusiastically move that Senate Bill 237FN ought to pass with amendment. As introduced, Senate Bill 237FN modifies the Child Care Scholarship Program, establishes a child care workforce program and a regional printing support program, and makes appropriations for these programs, and for child caregiver supports, early childhood mental health support, and for early childhood educator scholarships. This bill is necessary, Mr. President, because New Hampshire's child care system is in crisis. Right now, there are more families who require child care than there are openings in the system. Even if your family can access child care, it is very expensive and out of reach for many working families. As a result, many parents have to make difficult decisions, and many are forced out of the workforce. Lastly, despite the vital role child care professionals play in our state, wages remain low, and the industry struggles with workforce recruitment and retention. The child care crisis does not just burden families, it hurts the entire New Hampshire economy. The committee heard from our business community that they are struggling to hire people in part because parents just cannot access quality and affordable child care. If parents have to leave their jobs because they cannot find or afford housing or child care, these are economic problems in desperate need of policy solutions. Strengthening New Hampshire's child care system is a win for children, families, and the economy. There is no one bill, Mr. President, that can solve this crisis, but Senate Bill 237FN goes a long way in increasing the capacity and affordability of the child care system. All of these measures combined will lower child care costs for New Hampshire families and make major progress towards addressing this crisis. The committee amendment represents a compromise reached amongst the committee to ensure efficiencies in the program, clean up drafting errors, and adjust the appropriation in line with what the changes to the scholarship may actually cost. For these reasons, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 237FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? All in favor of adoption of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The question is now on adoption of the committee, the body's report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Is there any further discussion on ought to pass as amended? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass prevails. Senate Bill 237 is ordered to finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 242 FN, an act relative to Medicaid direct certification. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have lost my place also.
Well, you're not alone. I've lost my place half a dozen times.
my colleague from Senate District 16. I got it. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 242 FN ought to pass with amendment. As introduced, Senate Bill 242 FN directs the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education to participate in the demonstration projects for states to evaluate the impact of using Medicaid eligibility data to directly certify students for free and reduced price school meals administered by the USDA. The idea of any children going hungry is deeply disturbing to me. Imagine being an 8-year-old trying to learn multiplication tables, or a kindergartner who has never entered a school building trying to learn how to sit still and listen to their teacher when hunger sets in. For many of our most vulnerable children, their school meal may be their only opportunity for a warm, healthy meal. During the COVID-19 pandemic, federal requirements for parents to fill out paperwork and enroll in the free and reduced price meals program was waived, and we saw a surge in children getting the nutrition they need. Unfortunately, once the requirement to enroll in the program was reintroduced, we've seen the number of families actually filling out the forms plummet. Government bureaucracy is no reason for children to go hungry, and SB 242 FN would take that inefficiency out of the way for up to 7,000 children across the state. The committee amendment addresses potential concerns and ensures families will be given an opportunity to opt out of the free and reduced price school meals program if they choose. The committee is well aware about the potential impact that moving to Medicaid direct certification could have on the school adequacy funding formula, especially given the discussion around the formula in the governor's budget request. It is our hope that our colleagues on the Finance Committee will drill down on this question and work towards a solution that both balances the needs of our taxpayers while also ensuring our most vulnerable children are able to receive nutritious meals. For these reasons, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 242 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Senator Birdsell, you wanted to speak, but I think you want to speak on ought to pass. Okay, so is there any further discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading, and I believe there is a floor amendment from Senator Whitley. Floor Amendment 921.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to introduce Floor Amendment 0921. It makes a very simple technical numbering change that our wonderful Senate clerk found for us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 921. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, and it's open for further discussion. Senator Birdsell to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too support Senate Bill 242 FN, but I proceed with just some caution. We do want every child who qualifies for it to have access to the free and reduced lunch program. However, the reason why I support this bill with caution is because the testimony we heard in committee detailing the huge costs associated with this bill. Other states that have expanded their free and reduced lunch program through direct certification have seen more families signed up for the program, which is a good thing, but not necessarily any increase in the meals served. But because we use free and reduced as part of our education funding formula, as the good senator from District 15 said, but because we use free and reduced as part of the education funding formula, increasing the program leads to a higher state spending. So the Department of Education estimates that the direct certification could increase adequacy grants from anywhere from $22 to $30 million each year. So we need to be cautious. I believe that this program should be put into place, but it should be evaluated after a certain period of time to make sure that the children are actually using this and the cost-benefit analysis. We need to understand the impact of this program, both on the enrollment and the cost, so that we can make an informed decision on the continuing use of this program. So I reiterate, I support Senate Bill 242 FN, but with caution. And I, again, agree with the Senator from District 15 that hopefully Finance will take a hard look at the program and work through it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. This bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Lang, a question or to speak? Question
of Senator from District 15.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. I had some concerns from some constituents about privacy in this issue, and it's my understanding that what this bill does is allow intrastate, so between the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services, an exchange of information already in possession of the state to qualify students. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 242? Are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 242 is ordered to Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 265 FNA, an act making an appropriation for a multi-tiered system of support for children's mental health. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 265 FNA. Senate Bill 265 FNA makes an appropriation to the Department of Education for the multi-tiered system of support for children's mental health. The committee heard testimony that MTSS is already in use in several school districts in New Hampshire, raising questions about the need for the significant investment called for in this bill. A majority of the committee felt a better use of the funds in SB 265 FNA would be a new bill next year that develops a grant program that individual school districts could apply for to integrate MTSS into their programming rather than the broad bureaucratic approach taken in this bill, including the hiring of 9 new positions in the department. Concerns were also raised through the fiscal note, which states the department states by funding these activities with state funds, it would no longer be able to seek federal funding opportunities. Eliminating federal funding and replacing it with 100% state funds is not a prudent course of action. The committee also heard testimony that raised concerns about the privacy of students' data and the involvement of parents in the MTSS system. The committee asked questions of various testifiers on these issues, and unfortunately were not able to get any satisfactory answers. For these reasons, the majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asked for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 265 FNA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment of ITL on this bill. I just want to make very clear, this bill would not have created, I just want to clarify, this bill would not have created 9 new positions. Those positions already exist to support our schools doing this work. Failure to pass this bill would actually gut those positions. They would essentially gut the Department of Education's Office of Student Wellness, meaning that the schools, even the schools that are already doing this work, would not get the requisite support from the Department of Ed. So unfortunately, a recommendation of ITL on this bill ignores the very tragic fact that just last month, we had 18 children waiting in ERs for psychiatric beds in New Hampshire. In my opinion, even one child waiting for care in an ER in acute psychiatric crisis, that's a failure of our system. A recommendation of ITL on this bill also fails to respect the years of bipartisan work that this body has done, including our Senate President and my good friend from Senate District 14. For years, we have worked in a bipartisan way to build the system of care for children's mental health in New Hampshire. And a recommendation of ITL dismisses the fact that we still have a children's mental health crisis in New Hampshire. And this has only gotten worse since the pandemic. And furthermore, what we have learned recently is that this children's mental health crisis is disproportionately hurting our girls. We have seen a dramatic increase of girls. It used to be that in ERs, it was half boys, half girls that were waiting for care. That number has jumped up to we are seeing 60 to 70% of the children waiting in ER are girls. Since the COVID pandemic, we all know this, we have heard from constituents, there have been soaring rates of mental health challenges amongst our children. Children and families continue to experience enormous adversity and disruption, and our schools are the front lines, and they are struggling. They are telling us they are struggling with how to support our students and desperate for solutions. I want to share some data that recently came out from the nationwide 2021 Youth Risk Behavior Survey. This is in New Hampshire schools. This is New Hampshire specific data. We have seen disturbing data showing that a startling 10% increase from 2019 in students who reported feeling sad or hopeless about themselves. And 25% of students who seriously considered suicide, 25% of our students have considered suicide. This is a sharp increase from 18% in 2019. This is horrifying to me. Susan Stearns, the executive director of the state chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, recently said that the recent reports, this data, should be a clarion call for more action on youth mental health and suicide prevention. Just last week, the commissioner of the Department of Education said, and I quote, "This data is increasingly important to assess tendencies and risk behaviors among high school youth, and it enables schools and communities to understand these risks, raise awareness, and prioritize issues and address the needs," end quote. Well, this bill is our opportunity to do so. This bill supports New Hampshire's already existing innovative approach to children's mental health by supporting the existing capacity within DOE to support our local schools. Support that they already provide, but importantly, will be expiring. The support that the state uses for these 9 positions is all funded through federal grants, all of which are expiring. A piece of this puzzle in the children's mental health crisis is to make sure that our children are supported in school. That's where they are for the vast majority of their days and their lives, right? And we know that teachers and support staff want to be able to support our students to learn. The goal of school is to learn, but they spend so much of their time, and you will hear this, supporting the intense behavioral and health needs of many of our children. We already have a support system that has shown results in the school districts who have implemented it with fidelity. It's working, but it can't continue without the support of the DOE that this bill supports. Our system of care that we have worked so hard to establish is extremely fragile right now. And the work that school districts are currently doing with the DOE is the bare minimum of what we should be doing to care for our children. We have an obligation to support this ongoing work and to care for the children in crisis in our state. If we refuse to support this bill, I want to be clear then the Office of Student Wellness at the Department of Education could very well be gutted at the expiration of the federal grants, meaning school districts will no longer be able to offer the bare minimum of supports that they provide now. I would ask my colleagues to please come together in a bipartisan way, yet again, to address the children's mental health crisis and vote down the committee recommendation of ITL. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Birdsell to speak.
Yes, Mr. President. I just want to let the body know that, understand that I had a conversation with Commissioner Edelblut. This program is already in 37 of our schools. So the point is, we do support it. And the Department of Education has gone out. They have gotten federal funds. And they have had them expire, and they've had no problems getting funding from the feds. So why should the New Hampshire taxpayers be paying when the Department of Ed is already doing it? 37 schools already have that in the program, and that's basically it. It's already in the programs. The commissioner, and the other thing the commissioner had said was he has reached out. They have reached out to all the school systems to see if they want it in there. Some school systems want it, and they're working on it. Some can't do it right now, and some just don't want it. So they're working with any school systems that want it to make sure that they get the MTSS implemented. So the feds are already giving the money to the DOE to go ahead and implement these programs. The commissioner doesn't feel that he will have any problem getting additional grants when he needs them, when these expire. So I don't see any need for MTSS, for the New Hampshire taxpayers to be spending the money when the feds are willing to pay for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. Senator Whitley again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again to clarify what we're talking about here. In the committee, we heard directly from Melissa White in the Department of Education, who oversees the Office of Student Wellness. She came to the hearing. I worked with her to write this bill. She said in the hearing, this is what the hearing report says, SB 265 FN is just an appropriation to run the bare minimum that DOE needs to provide MTSSB supports across the state. She said that there are 9 positions created, only 2 of which are permanent. She said DOE will utilize federal and private resources to try to leverage the maximum amount of assistance. But she said these positions are currently funded through federal resources, and that is not sustainable. That's from the DOE directly. So I would ask this body to deeply consider, do we want this work to go away, or do we want it to continue to leverage those federal dollars and support our children in crisis? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Carson?
Can we get a 2-minute recess, please, Mr.
The
President?
Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will be out of recess. We're back on Senate Bill 265. We're still in the discussion mode. I believe Senator Avard has a question of Senator Birdsell.
Will you take my question? All right, thank you. Thank you, Senator. As I'm reading the committee hearing report, on page 7, Senator Bradley had asked about the 9 positions which were included in the department's budget. Basically, for quote, it says, Senator said 9 positions included in the department's budget. Mrs. White said they were not. Senator Bradley asked why not, and apparently she said she'd get back to us. I guess my question is, well, is that your recollection?
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. That is my recollection, and my presumption in speaking with the commissioner, he didn't put it in the budget because he's basically required to go out and get federal funds for these programs. And again, as I say, he has no problem going out and getting federal funds for any of these, and so it is not in the budget.
That's simple. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, the question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 80 FNA, an act requiring the recording of custodial interrogations and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked that the Senate Bill 80 be re-referred to the committee. There are some technical changes we still got to make to the bill, and a lot of moving parts. As written, it will have a lot of unintended consequences that, as the prime sponsor, I can say is not the intention of the bill. So for that reason, I ask that we support the committee's recommendation to re-refer, so we continue to work on this bill and put together a policy that works for New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The question is on the motion of re-refer. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question's on the adoption of the committee recommendation of re-refer to committee on Senate Bill 80. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 247, an act repealing limited liability for manufacturers, distributors, dealers, importers of firearms or ammunition. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next line I would tell you would be, it's the balance of the day to you. So next time I say top of the morning or afternoon to you, you say the balance of the day to you. You can use that tomorrow. Anyways, thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 247 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have repealed limited liability for manufacturers, distributors, dealers, or importers of firearms or ammunition. This bill seeks to repeal RSA 50821, which would have a serious impact on how people are able to exercise their Second Amendment rights in New Hampshire. It would open up firearm manufacturers to lawsuits for crimes that were committed, by third parties. The intent of Senate Bill 247 is to pull entire lines of products from the market because of a couple of incidents not related to manufacturers. Many on the committee feel that the Supremacy Clause applies here. There's a federal protection of lawful commerce in Arms Act. I'll use it for the rest of the time. I'll call it the PLCAA, which prohibits causes of actions against manufacturers, distributors, dealers, importers of firearms, and the trade associations for harm solely caused by criminal and unlawful misuse of firearm products or a manufacture of ammunition by others when the product is functioned and used and functioned as was designed and intended. 247 would create a conflict, as I said, with federal law and allow manufacturers, distributors, dealers, and importers of firearms to be sued for harm solely caused by criminal acts of firearm products. If the product functions properly and is misused, if one of us goes home, shoots our spouse, certainly that gun isn't responsible, it's us who is responsible. Contrary to 247 sponsor and other testifiers, the PLCAA does not protect firearm manufacturers from suits alleging product defects or deceptive advertising. Contrary to comments specifically made about Sig Sauer by 247 sponsor, PLCAA does not shield Sig from defective product lawsuits. This bill would threaten 9,900 jobs, 5,100 direct, 4,800 ancillary in New Hampshire, especially in districts 24, 21, and the good District 23, the wine region of New Hampshire. For these reasons, a majority of the Senate Judiciary asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 247. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. We are open for discussion. Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 247, repealing limited liability for manufacturers, distributors, dealers, or importers of firearms or ammunition. They are the only industry not held responsible for the safety of their products, as enumerated in RSA 50821. From the outset, I would like to acknowledge that the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, sometimes referred to as PLACA, that has been in place since 2005. The unfortunate byproduct of the firearms industry having special protection is the disincentivizing of consumer safety protections and accountability for harm caused by their products. The PLACA exemption is not absolute. Some victims of gun violence have found avenues to seek justice and compensation for harms caused by wrongful gun industry conduct, although often after years of long and painful litigation to affirm their right to sue the gun industry under very specific exceptions to federal gun industry immunity laws. But what about access to accountability at the state level? In recent years, 4 states, California, Delaware, New York, and Virginia, have enacted victims' access to justice laws that codify standards of responsible conduct for the firearm industry and ensure that more victims of gun violence and consumers of firearms can bring civil suits seeking justice and fair remedies in court. Industries held accountable for defects in their products are subject to recall and liable for those defects hurting their consumers. At present, the firearms industry operates under a voluntary notification scheme, and there's a wall around them protecting them from liability, and that's what RSA 508 currently does, and its time is up and repeal is necessary. Let me give you an example. Sig Sauer's P320 has what they are now calling an unintended discharge. In lay terms, the gun fires without a trigger pull. How did so many faulty P320s get out into the marketplace, and how did consumers find out about this potential fatal flaw in the P320s? Well, a little history on that. Sig Sauer secured a $580 million contract from the Army to supply the P320s as the new standard issue firearm for all U.S. soldiers. $580 million contract. They are not in danger of going bankrupt. They are not in danger of anyone losing their jobs. Back in April of 2016, During the consideration of adopting this firearm as standard Army issue, the Army discovered that the risk of potential discharge of the weapon when dropped, a serious risk. Sig Sauer then made necessary modifications to the military version of the P320, and their contract went forward, but Sig Sauer continued to sell the potentially unsafe civilian version of the P320. The company promoted the weapon using the slogan, "Safety without compromise," and also stated in marketing materials that the P320 won't fire unless you want it to. Municipal police departments across the country purchased the P320 for their officers, the ones that had the problems. In late summer of 2017, an online gun seller put up their own video detailing their concerns about the P320's extremely rare but still possible potential for discharging when dropped. The day after that video went live, Sig Sauer announced that it was now going to offer a voluntary upgrade for the P320. Send your gun back to them, and they will retrofit your guns with a different trigger and other components. So, it was only when word got around through gun enthusiast communities that the company announced a voluntary upgrade program in August of 2017, allowing P320 owners to ship their guns to the company for a fix. To find information about this problem requires deep digging through multiple links on the company's website. There was never a recall of the 500,000 P320s in circulation. By comparison, here are a few products that also endangered their consumers but do not enjoy the shield of RSA 508. This year, in 2023, the cleaning products company, The Laundress, is recalling 8 million units of laundry detergent and has issued a nationwide alert that people with weakened immune systems may be at risk for bacterial exposure. And this nationwide alert and recall happened after just 11 reports of skin irritation. In 2022, my bouncer, Little Castle Bounce House, was immediately recalled after one fatal accident when a 4-year-old boy was found with the hoop of the bounce house around his neck, resulting in strangulation and death. In 2021, 2 fatalities from the bed assist handles and bed assist rail led to a total recall from the Drive DeVilbiss Healthcare Company. In 2014, General Motors' faulty ignition switches that shut down the engines without warning, thus disabling power steering, brakes, and airbags, were linked to at least 124 deaths and more than twice as many injuries, leading to a recall of 30.4 million cars worldwide. None of these companies were shielded from accountability to their consumers. The legal immunities enjoyed by firearm, parts, and ammunition manufacturers have helped shield this very profitable industry from facing basic financial incentives to better protect public health and safety. The shield from qualified civil liability action encourages negligence in the manufacturing, selling, marketing, or importing firearms and related products to identify dangerous patterns. It discourages proactive, life-saving innovations. It leaves victims of gun violence who are harmed by wrongful firearm industry conduct without any measure of compensation or justice. And it shuts people harmed by faulty products out of the civil litigation process in New Hampshire. And these legal immunities also provide an unfair business advantage to irresponsible firearm industry members over more responsible competitors who do take stronger precautions to protect human life and well-being. The safety and well-being of consumers should be the top priority when it comes to manufacturing and distributing dangerous products. Shielding gun and ammunition manufacturers from liability lawsuits puts the public safety at risk, creates an unfair advantage over other industries excluded from the limited liability of Chapter 508. Actually, all industries are excluded by the unnecessary special protections that are enjoyed under 508 by the firearms industry. It is important that all consumer industries are held accountable for harm caused by their products, which is why repealing RSA 508 is important for New Hampshire consumers. We should be incorporating generally applicable consumer protection laws into firearm industry standards for the sale and marketing of firearm industry products. Let's make New Hampshire the next state to take action that allows individuals, local governments, and the state to sue irresponsible manufacturers and sellers of firearms for the harm caused by their products. There is no reason that the gun industry should be the only industry exempt from responsibility for the harm that its products may cause, especially when its products are responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans each year. RSA 508 tilts the scales of justice in favor of the corporate gun industry and against victims harmed by their products and practices. It's worth noting during the hearing and in the hearing report, supporters of this bill outnumber detractors 3-1. I sincerely hope my colleagues consider the safety of consumers and the inherent unfairness of this liability shield of Chapter 508 and overturn the committee amendment so another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Carson for a question of?
The good senator from District 24.
Senator Altschiller, do you yield?
Sure.
Thank you.
And we're off.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. You spoke this afternoon about a lot of products that have difficulty, that have harmed people. So I'm just wondering, because you've mentioned a very specific gun model that has been produced by Sig Sauer that has had some sort of defect with it, can you tell me how many defendants use the fact that the gun malfunctioned as a defense?
No.
You?
No, I cannot.
Okay. May I follow up, Mr. President? Thank you.
Sure.
Senator, you also mentioned that this particular model of gun was also sold to our police departments nationally.
Yes.
Have there been any cases where a police officer has shot a suspect and the defense has been the gun malfunctioned?
Not that I am aware. There are a multitude of cases that are readily available through Google, if you are so inclined, of municipal police departments with police officers who have been injured by actions as simple as taking their gun belt off and putting it on the chair to change their uniform and being shot by their gun going off because it has this trigger pull faulty mechanism to it. So there's actually a serious number of law enforcement who have been injured by this particular weapon that the company knew before they sold it out into the consumer market that it had a problem, because the problem had been identified by one of their contract consumers, the Army. So I highlight Sig Sauer specifically because that is a perfect example of being shielded. They have a faulty product. They knew it was a faulty product. They marketed it as a safe product, and it's not. And they are shielded by 508.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson, Senator Altschiller, Senator Gannon for a question.
The good senator from 14. She'll take my question.
Will you yield for a question? Senator Carson can yield. You've spoken.
Thank you. I just clear something up for me. Sig Sauer is not shielded, right? Correct, as I'm understanding. They're not shielded from product defect lawsuits. They can and have been sued under tort theory. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are you aware that, as far as I know, every case they have been successful in defending
Yes. We'll
so
work
far?
on it.
So they were found not to have a defective product. So they weren't hiding behind any shield of federal protection. They answered under tort law and were responsible. Had they been found negligent, they would have lost, but they haven't been. Is that
You
correct?
are correct, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Lang, you have a question of?
The senator from 23.
Senator Altschiller, do you continue to
23.
yield? 23, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, Senator.
Thank
Go
you for
ahead.
taking my question.
My pleasure.
So a little bit confused.
Okay.
As I understand what we're talking about, a gun if a person is injured and that injury is caused by a manufacturer defect, people can still sue them. The law still allows that to happen as it exists right now, if it's a manufacturing defect.
Exactly. You understand perfectly.
Thank you very much.
Senator Fenton to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 247. Current law prevents gun manufacturers from being held to the same level of accountability as the vast majority of other producers. As my colleague from District 24 spoke to, manufacturers are generally held to incredibly high standards when their products perform in a way that causes harm or death to users. With firearms, however, the reality is not the same. Whether you're an experienced gun owner or a first-time purchaser, you will not know if there's a recall on your gun that you're purchasing or whether there is a malfunctioning part such as a trigger, barrel, or other mechanism. This puts you as a consumer at a huge level of risk, a level of risk that we do not see in other industries. A level of safety when engaging in consumer distribution is something we expect of all our producers, no matter what, and something that is maintained through civil lawsuits brought forward by consumers. The limited liability of gun manufacturers prevents those suits and ignores the rational concept that this expectation of responsibility should be even higher for products that can cause deadly harm. I'm a gun owner, and I see this bill as a pro-gun owner, pro-gun user bill. Because if this were to pass, I would have more confidence in my firearms if there was an issue. When my children are old enough to go hunting or shooting and there's a malfunctioning part, we will know about that malfunctioning part. If this didn't pass, even if we did all the proper gun safety training and followed all the rules, but a catastrophic event happens, the law prevents the blame from being properly adjudicated. As I'm sure you all have experienced when buying a vehicle and you talk to your very friendly, outgoing car salesman, and he goes to sell you that vehicle, you're informed that if there is a recall or a faulty part on said vehicle, the manufacturer will not only let you know there is an issue, but will also fix it at no cost to ensure safety of the consumer. This is a gun safety bill. There is a prioritization of consumer protection to prevent harm or death. And unfortunately, we cannot say the same for the gun manufacturing industry. Let's take another scenario of a private gun sale, which is also not regulated in the state. If the owner of the original gun did not know about the potential recall and sold the gun to another granted stater, there are now two people who do not know about the potential dangers associated with this faulty weapon due to a lack of accountability and responsibility of gun manufacturers. My colleagues, if you take anything away from my comments today besides the altruistic car salesman, it is that I would ask yourself, why are gun manufacturers held to a different standard than most industries? Why, as a state and individuals, do we place gun manufacturers in a separate hands-off category where they do not carry any of the legal burdens or responsibilities to protect consumers when the purchase and use of their products result in lethal outcomes? We need to have tough conversations and an honest dialogue around why. This is a pro-gun consumer bill. This bill will protect gun owners. We can all find consensus in protecting all granted staters by repealing limited liability for gun manufacturers, allowing legal recourse following harm caused by firearms in our state. I ask that my colleagues join me in voting down the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate so that a more appropriate motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. I believe Senator Abbas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the State Senator from District 10.
Senator Fenton.
And thank you for taking my question. Speaking of automobiles and cars and nice vehicles, if you were to sell a vehicle to someone and that person then were to take that vehicle and then intentionally run me over with their car on purpose, would the car dealership or the manufacturer of that vehicle be liable for any civil action?
Thank you for the question. No, because, and I'm not a lawyer on that subject. I think that would fall in your department as handling the legal course and deal with the police departments.
So is the answer you don't?
The answer was no, yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas, do you wish to speak? And I think Senator Abbas is our final speaker. I'm sorry, Senator Carson will be final speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. And just in case there's any misunderstanding what a qualified civil action is, I'm not going to paraphrase, I'm just going to read, so bear with me. This is what is actually, this is the type of action that is exempted under the existing law. It means a civil action in law or in equity brought by a person against a manufacturer, a seller, or a trade association of a qualified product for damages resulting from the criminal or unlawful use of a qualified product by a third party. That's what it says. So it has to be a criminal act or the unlawful use. Product defects do not apply here. You can bring a lawsuit for a defective product, just like a defective car. You can bring the claim against either the manufacturer. If they knew about it, you can certainly bring it. And if the car dealership knew about it, you could also bring it against the dealership because they knew about the defective, dangerous product that they put into the stream of commerce. We are not talking about the criminal acts here. That is not something that they are shielded from. Excuse me, that is what they're not allowing lawsuits for the criminal acts committed by a third party after it's been sold. That's what it is. That's what the point of the law is. This law, when it came into place, 35 states have similar laws like this. And when you have a firearms manufacturer that comes to this state, it has to do with the commitment that they're not going to be flooded with civil lawsuits. And keep in mind, I'm not even clear what that lawsuit would look like when a third party commits a criminal act with a product once it enters the stream of commerce. Unless you know in advance that person's going to do that, there is no theory of liability. However, the volume of the lawsuits is not something they're interested in dealing with when there's other states that have a law that's nearly mirrors the federal law. So we made that commitment to businesses that came here, and now we want to take it away. And just to put that in perspective, there's military contracts. We heard that. And the amount of those contracts has been understated. There was reference to the 320 XL. Well, there's much more than that go into the billion-dollar range. The national security issues that we have, if we start flooding the businesses that supply our military with its equipment, with civil lawsuits, that's something that hasn't even been addressed wasn't addressed in testimony, is a national security concern. With that being said, what I'm raising here is the civil lawsuits that have been presented in other states that have similar laws has to do with the deceptive advertising and promotion of their products that is outside the criminal act here, where in those cases, if a product's being placed in a violent video game, and for that reason they're saying that that's the deceptive act by showing it, using it in a context that would be for illegal purposes. That's why, in those cases, by the way, all they did was survive a motion to dismiss and then settled. And that's what we dealt with. And by the way, that gun manufacturer, that firearm manufacturer, did have to file for bankruptcy. So that was a concern. So that, when I say there's a national security concern, it is. But let's just focus on what we're dealing with here. And I'll just emphasize this. We are not talking about defective products. I'm just going to keep saying it because no matter how many times you say it, people come back and say it will apply and you can't sue them for defective products. That is just not the case. That is an inaccurate statement of the law today. What this does is would allow any lawsuit to be filed. We heard it, for any harm caused by its product, any harm. That's it. I'm not sure how you can expect to even have any type of firearm in the stream of commerce or any product that can potentially cause some type of harm if they're going to be liable for it when someone misuses the product. I don't see how any business could survive that, never mind the firearms industry. So I'm asking the committee support the committee's recommendation in expedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. I think Senator Altschiller has a question of.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from District 22 entertain a question? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Why should firearm manufacturers, distributors, and dealers be the only industry in New Hampshire that has a shield? They're the only one. This RSA 508 is written just for them, and given how much manufacturing we are bringing into the state and celebrating coming into the state, why give them a leg up on everybody else?
Thank you for the question. I haven't read every RSA to know there's not any other exceptions. I think my understanding is because whatever the theory of liability is so just so you know, the average time between when a firearm is sold in the state of New Hampshire, this is coming from the ATF, by the way, when it's sold and then used to commit a crime, is over 8.5 years has gone by. So in that scenario, 8.5 years have gone by, someone does an illegal act, a criminal act with that firearm. I'm not really clear what the theory of liability would even be against the manufacturer, even the seller for that matter. But in order for them to be in that position where they have to now defend against this volume of lawsuits, could create a financial hardship. And when you had those scenarios, it happened with Remington, they faced certain bankruptcy. So for me, considering the military contracts we have here, I think it's a concern to have them flooded with those type of lawsuits when it's not really clear to me what the theory of liability is. That's the reason why you have it. It prevents from clogging up the courts with those lawsuits, which, again, I'm not sure why the manufacturer's liable for the third-party criminal act. Just like I don't believe the auto dealership should be held liable because someone takes that car and 8 years later decides to intentionally run me over with it. I'm not sure why my good friend from District 22 would be liable for that. That seems to be outside the scope of foreseeability.
Follow up, Mr. President? Would you believe that there are no other manufacturing products that are manufactured in New Hampshire get a special carve-out? There are none. Would you believe that?
I
did the research.
I already answered that. I have not read every single RSA, but this also applies to the sellers, so it would apply to a retailer. That's why I used the example of not just the manufacturer of a vehicle, it would also do the retailer selling the car. And again, although I'm not aware of a law that would exclude the auto deal industry, they're not actually being targeted by special interest groups to be sued by every time someone's intentionally run over the car.
Altschiller, do you still want to speak? Or did you just want a question?
Thank you. Good.
Then we'll recognize our last speaker, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've had an interesting but kind of difficult conversation to follow today because I think we're talking about two different things. On one hand, we're talking about product, defect in product. And on the other side, we're talking about qualified civil liability action. And I would like to thank the senator from District 22 for referencing that RSA, and I'm going to do it again, just so we're all clear about just exactly what we're trying to do with this legislation. Qualified civil liability action means a civil action in law or in equity brought by a person against a manufacturer or seller or trade association of a qualified product for damages resulting from the criminal or unlawful use of a qualified product by the person or the third party. We are not talking about a defect in the product. We're talking about a person who misuses a product. In this instance, we're talking about a gun. That someone takes a gun and causes harm to someone else. It's not that the gun is defective. The problem is with the person using the weapon. And what we're trying to do, what this bill tries to do, is removes the shield so the manufacturer, the seller, can be sued for the actions of someone who misused the product. That's what we're talking about here. It's not about that the gun had a trigger that didn't work or it misfired. That's not what this is about. This is not about a product defect. That's covered in another statute, and they are liable, and they can be sued, and guess what? They have been sued. This is about a person who has been injured by a gun, or their families or loved ones, suing the gun manufacturer and the person that sold the gun, anybody in the chain of custody all the way down. Since when do we blame a product for the actions of the individual? We don't do it with cars. How many people are killed by a car every year? Do we blame the automobile manufacturer, Mr. President? I don't think so, unless the product was defective, and then a person has a case. I mean, I think we need to be very, very careful about what we're talking about here and the distinction between the two. Senate Bill 247, Mr. President, attacks firearm companies in New Hampshire. Companies in New Hampshire that manufacture, distribute, and sell firearms, ammunition, and hunting equipment employ as many as 4,180 people in our state and generate an additional 5,842 jobs in supplier and ancillary industries. These include jobs in supplying goods and services to manufacturers, distributors, and retailers, and those that depend on sales to workers in the firearm and ammunition industry, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. The industry also contributes to the economy as a whole. In 2021, the firearm and ammunition industry was responsible for $2.7 billion in total economic activity in the state. Not only does the industry create jobs, it also generates sizable tax revenues. In New Hampshire, the industry and its employees pay over $317.52 million in taxes. Mr. President, if I own a gun and I decide I want to sell that gun, and I do it legally, I follow all the laws that we have in order to transfer the purchase of a gun from myself to someone else. That person then goes out and misuses the weapon. They either hurt somebody, they shoot somebody, causing death or injury. I'm now going to be held responsible because I sold that person the gun. Why would you do that? We don't do that with other industries. My goodness, somebody gets killed with a knife. Do we now sue the knife manufacturers? No, we don't do that. That's why they're protected. They're protected from these types of lawsuits. If the gun has some sort of defect, they're covered under consumer protection laws, and they can go after the gun manufacturer for the defect. So please, don't confuse the two. Thank you very much.
Senator Altschiller, do you have a question of?
Would the senator from District 14 entertain a question? Thank you. Thank you. RSA 508 was written specifically for one type of manufacturing, one type of distribution, one type of dealer, and that's firearms. Why should that one consumer product developer, seller, manufacturer get a special carve-out over any other manufacturer of any other product in the state? Special law written just for them. Why? Why should they get that?
Thank you very much for the question. I think we all know that it is an industry that has become increasingly under fire, pardon the pun, for the use of their product. They have no control over the product once it leaves its factory and it goes out into stores and it's sold, just like any other manufacturer. But because it is a gun, they are targeted by special interest groups, all these other things that are going on, because there are many people out there that just quite frankly don't support the Second Amendment and an individual's right to own a gun. So what better way to attack this than to say, manufacturer, if somebody, you manufacture a gun and that gun is then used to kill somebody, you're liable for it. And then the industry goes away. It's passive confiscation, and I simply cannot support that. Thank you.
Senator Whitley, a question of?
Parliamentary inquiry, please, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. If I believe that government mandated limits on individual rights and that legislative intrusion in our judicial system is inconsistent with New Hampshire's principle and pride in limited government, and if I believe that no industry should have limited liability, would I vote no on the inexpedient to legislate motion?
Senator Whitley, if you are in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would vote yes. If you are not in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would vote no. Are we ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, must have been seconded by Senator Avard. Is everybody in the room? Yes, we are. All right, the clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 250, an act relative to remote participation in government meetings. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm not rising necessarily in support of the motion inexpedient to legislate. I'm asking that we overturn the committee's recommendation. There is a floor amendment that I want my colleague from District 6. I want my colleague from District 6 to discuss his potential amendment. So please overturn the ITL so we can have a different motion can be made so we can have a different conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, you would say yes. If you're not, you would say no. Are we ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. I thought I had explained it well. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. And Senator Gray is recognized for a floor amendment.
Thank you.
Oh, Senator Gray is recognized for a motion first.
I move ought to pass.
The bill is on second reading. It's open for a floor amendment and discussion, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Thank you. I move amendment 2023-1040S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Recognized to speak to that motion.
In discussing this bill, there has been a lot of recommendations about what to do, what not to do. From some of the things that were brought to me, and I am not a member of the committee, there were several things that have happened during the discussions and during meetings that are authorized already by RSA-91-A, Roman 3, about words such as reasonably practical, that anyone can attend if they are not attend in person if it's reasonably practical. And a lot of people don't understand what that means, so, you know, they do their thing. In Rochester, we've got a police commissioner. That police commissioner, for the last 2 winters, has spent approximately 2 to 3 months in Florida. Okay, so there are things that could be tightened up. And if you've got your amendment in front of you, if you go to page 2, lines 4 through 11 are part of the what I would like to see enacted to make that law a little more restrictive. Okay, that certainly, you know, that starts off with in-person attendance at meetings is expected. You know, it shouldn't be, you know, every month. It should be occasional. It shouldn't be, you know, that you're missing this month, you're missing next month, you're missing the next month after. You should have a real reason for doing that. And then lines 9 and 10, you know, if you're going to be away from the state for more than 28 days, why, you know, you're not there. You're not, you know, involved in the things that are going on. And in the case of my police commissioner, you can't attend the various meetings that would tell you, you know, what's going on with a particular case that they're looking at. You aren't able to see, you know, people that are coming in to be interviewed for police, you know, positions. You're not able to do a lot of things. And that's just one example, you know, that I'm familiar with in Rochester. So I submit to you the amendment 1040S, and it's not a taxing thing, so, you know, pun intended. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, the bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Perkins Quokka.
President, so I'd like to thank my good colleague from District 6 for his work on this issue. I view this amendment as a very reasonable clarification of what the not reasonably practical standard means, which allows our chairs to exercise their discretion. And I think the criteria that my good colleague from District 6 have included are reasonable here. At the end of the day, you know, my motivation for seeing members of a public body allowed to participate remotely is to make sure that those who are worried that missing an occasional meeting, such as for reasons like work travel or childcare for those of us in this time of our life, are still permitted and able to run for office. So I think this meets that goal. We all want to be there in person every time that we can, and so I appreciate this amendment offered by my colleague from District 6.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Senator Carson to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the amendment, and I'd like to thank my colleague from District 6 for all his hard work, and most of all for listening to me talk about how I just don't support this idea. I appreciate all his work. I'm still not sold on it, but I will support the amendment, and let's see where we can go with this. Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator
President.
Carson, we recognize Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was the prime sponsor of this bill, and I worked with Senator Gray. I fully support his confiscation of my bill and repurposing of it. And I urge your members to vote in favor of the amendment and for the underlying bill afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Okay. Are you ready for the question on adoption of the motion of ought to pass? On the amendment, I'm very sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. All in favor of the floor amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Bill's on second reading and open to further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question on adoption of the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 250? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Have it. The motion is adopted, and Senate Bill 250 is ordered to third reading. So by my count, we are at the consent calendar, or the bills removed from consent calendar. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure that we are special ordering the bill on parentage. I don't know if it was announced to the body.
Senate Bill 264.
Yes.
We have special ordered Senate Bill 264.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. President.
Well, it's a good thing you keep me in line. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 153 FNA, an act establishing a first responder career development, recruitment, retention program, and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Senator Prentice.
Mr. President, I rise to offer a motion of, well, I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote down the re-refer, but I'll introduce the motion. Okay, so this legislation, so this is Senate Bill 153, this legislation sought to establish a first responder career development, recruitment, and retention program. This would enable law enforcement officers, firefighters, and EMTs to receive reimbursement for an eligible degree program at an approved community college system institution. Reimbursement would be dependent upon successful completion of the program and the cost of one course per semester.
Senator Prentice. The motion is re-referred to committee. Senator Prentice has asked that we overturn the motion. So if you are in favor of re-refer, you would vote yes. If you are in favor of Senator Prentice, you would vote no. Are we clear? All in favor of re-refer, say aye. Wow. All in favor of another motion or no, say no. No. There we go. All right. Now, the bill is on second reading, and it's open to further discussion after a motion of ought to pass offered by Senator Waters, and I recognize Senator Waters for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer floor amendment 998 and would like to speak to it.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to thank particularly my colleague from Senate District 2 and the other members of the Education Committee for their wisdom and guidance in crafting this floor amendment, which addresses all the issues that have been raised in the hearing. The floor amendment does three things. It deals with some terminology as to how we're including folks. It also deals with the participation requested by the Department of Corrections and the EMTs, and it clarifies the costs of the Fire Academy. I will end by saying that this, of course, is going to go to Finance, and so the funding issue will be dealt with there. So thank you, Mr. President. I do hope my colleagues will support this floor amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 988. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Is there any further discussion? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 153. Well, community by community, what we know is happening in New Hampshire is we're hearing about growing public safety, a growing public safety workforce crisis. Career and volunteer EMS professionals, as well as law enforcement professionals, are short-staffed. Advertising for positions that once you had been on a wait list for years before you could possibly ever even apply to become part of that department. When I worked at the New Hampshire Fire Academy, we ran an annual candidate physical ability test. We call it CPAT. And I always remember the morning that the CPAT exam applications were going to be open, because when I arrived at work, there was a line of people waiting, men and women, to get in through the door so that they could get their slot to take this test. Sadly, this is no longer the case. We used to rent out the Manchester Armory for the physical part of the exam. We don't have to do that anymore because we don't have people that are coming through the door looking to enter into this profession. What I appreciate about this bill is that Senator Waters, and I'm thankful that other members of the Senate Education Committee, including our colleague from District 2, have gotten behind making a key investment in our public safety workforce. And I'd also like to point out that last summer at the Department of Safety, Commissioner Quinn established an ad hoc committee that really only looked at the fire and emergency medical services aspect of this, but I think we can easily put law enforcement in here too. And one of the key recommendations has to do with exactly what Senator Waters has proposed, recommendation number 8. So it talks about providing and utilizing scholarships and workforce development grants and student loan options to assist candidates in obtaining the necessary training. I see this as being right along those lines. I see it as a key investment, and I'm in full support, and I ask my colleagues to support 153. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The bill is still on second reading. I see no further discussion, so the question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on Senate Bill 153. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 153 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 149FN, an act relative to nurse agencies. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. As introduced, Senate Bill 149FN establishes a licensing and application process for nurse agencies. The intent of this bill is to protect New Hampshire facilities by prohibiting people from being scheduled at more than one location at the same time. Senate Bill 149FN seeks to mitigate the effects of staffing shortages, Medicare costs, and help lower county budgets in long-term care facilities in New Hampshire, which were exacerbated by COVID-19. The amendment establishes a new subdivision of nurse agency registration to be amended in RSA 151. This amendment intends to clarify the language regarding the nurse agency registration process.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question's on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. And the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading. Is there further discussion or amendment? Senator Rosenwald for Amendment 1013.
So I'd like to introduce a floor amendment, but it's a replace all to correct a drafting error. So I'd like to ask the body to reconsider our last vote and vote down the committee amendment so that a correct replace all amendment could be brought forward.
I believe, Senator Rosenwald, your floor amendment is a replace all amendment.
Yes.
So I don't think we need to reconsider
Okay.
if your amendment passes.
Okay. Okay.
And the clerk just said I was
All right.
correct. How about that? All right, Senator Rosenwald, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long day. The HHS committee did a great job on this bill and moved the nurse registration, the nurse agency registration, from the Department of Health and Human Services to OPLC. That language is correct, but the statutory reference in the committee amendment still says 151, and it should be in 326B, which is the OPLC statute. So this replace all amendment just makes the correct statutory references and just fixes a typo or two. And that's all it does.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is still on second reading, and it is open for discussion on the floor amendment. Are we ready for the question? Senator Pearl for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from 13 take a question?
The best district.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking my question. I just want to confirm that your floor amendment doesn't make any language changes other than just moving it, the statutory reference?
Thank you for the question. It corrects a couple of typos.
Okay.
And I think in one place, it referred to the director of OPLC instead of the department. But it doesn't change the meaning or the substance of what your committee did.
Okay, thank
And
you. That
I'm
was
sorry,
my
I said HHS committee before. I should have said
okay.
ED&A.
Thank you.
So it's really technical.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, are we ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the floor amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment passes. The bill is still open for further discussion and/or amendment, but I see no further discussion. So the question is on adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 149. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 149 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 203, an act relative to the composition and jurisdiction of Manufactured Housing Board. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Perkins-Coker for the committee.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. As introduced, SB 203 changes the membership of the Board of Manufactured Housing, the composition and jurisdiction of the Manufactured Housing Board. The intent of SB 203 is to provide a greater voice to residents of manufactured housing and to increase the board's jurisdiction under RSA 301A. The amendment to this bill proposes a change to how many members, the requirements of those chosen members, it modifies the term length for members, it expands the jurisdiction in RSA 301A20 through RSA 301A24 to include a dispute resolution process. There is a second committee amendment which also includes that a tenants association of a manufactured housing park may petition the board by filing a complaint. The majority of the AD&A committee recommends to pass the amendment.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coker.
No problem.
The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question of ought to pass as amended? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senator Pearl.
Mr. President.
Senator Pearl has moved to table Senate Bill 203. The question is not debatable.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yep.
If you believe that residents deserve a stronger voice in the Manufactured Housing Board and that this bill would improve their ability to resolve disputes with park owners, would you vote no on the motion to table?
Thank you. If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would vote aye. If you're not in favor of that, you would vote no.
Second.
A roll call has been requested. Senator Pearl for a parliamentary.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I believe that this is a good bill and that we want to pass it, but there is a lot of other changes that are coming relating to the OPLC, and we wanted to include this with other bills that may be coming, would I vote to put this on the table so that we could put all these bills together and not end up with any conflicts in language as we have done in the past?
If you're in favor of the motion to table, you would vote yes. If you are not in favor of the motion to table, you would vote no. A request for roll call has been made. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters. Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes, the motion to table fails by my count 12 to 12. I recognize Senator Pearl for a motion. Senator Pearl moves to table Senate Bill 203.
Can we do it again?
Has,
I'll move to table.
are you ready for the question?
Second.
All right, we'll take a 2-minute recess. Okay, the Senate will come out of recess. Here's the situation. I'm not aware of anybody moving to reconsider the last vote that was 12 to 12 on tabling, and in that case, the prevailing motion is ought to pass as amended, and Senate Bill 203 is now ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 170 FN, an act relative to small group child daycare centers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 170 FN creates a definition for small group child daycare center for child daycare licensing and removes the inclusion of school-age children from the definition of child daycare agency to make licensing rules more consistent with the National Fire Protection Association's requirement for capacity. The committee amendment creates a grandfather clause to ensure that existing licensed programs can continue to accept school-age siblings, for example. This bill will help find a middle ground option for child care between small home daycare and larger child care centers, a space that working families in New Hampshire need. And Mr. President, just for a little bit of clarification, in the hearing report, we had Melissa Clement. It says it creates a new category for child care for up to 12 children located in a place other than a home. She said the department will make new rules for this category specific to the needs of a small setting. She said that the current rules do not allow for 12 or fewer children in a non-home setting. So what this does is it allows a non-home setting to have less children rather than one of the larger daycare centers. So, that, Mr. President, I've asked the body to support the ought to pass with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the ought to pass as amended motion on Senate Bill 170. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and Senate Bill 170 is ordered to third reading. The committee will be attentive to the clerk.
The Committee of Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 255 FN, an act relative to the expectation of privacy. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good senator earlier today from 7 said, he mentioned John Denver. And in that spirit, I'm going to take us home. SB 255, for the first time, will instill consumer rights over the personal data into New Hampshire statutes. New Hampshire citizens today have no rights to control their personal data, and businesses have no obligations to act responsibly with consumers' personal data. 255 grants us all consumers the rights to access, correct, delete, and obtain a personal data, and gives us rights to opt out of the processing of our personal data for certain purposes. In my case, as long as my kids are in the same room around to help me. It also establishes a framework for controlling and processing personal data and establishes responsibilities and privacy protection standards for the various businesses that control and/or process our personal data. The committee heard from a number of stakeholders and industry associations asking that the privacy legislation be consistent from state to state. SB 255 with some corrections to drafting errors made by a forthcoming amendment, is consistent with the most recently adopted model language. This model has been evaluated, worked on by many of the same stakeholders and industries that do business here in New Hampshire. The bill covers a lot of material, which is a result of years of work and discussions, none of which I was involved in, but that's okay. All of which is necessary to provide rights for consumers while minimizing this disruption to commerce. The Judiciary Commerce unanimously agreed with the sponsor that it is time the state of New Hampshire acts to provide the rights to consumers to control their personal data held by businesses, and our legislation is a meaningful first step in establishing those rights, and asks the support of the Senate for ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question's on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Open for further discussion or floor amendment. Senator Carson for floor amendment 935.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move floor amendment 0935S, and I rise to ask the body to defeat the committee amendment. Oh, well, we already passed it, okay. This amendment, 0935S, contains all the changes that the committee adopted, minus one word, quite frankly, that needed to be removed, as we talked a little bit about. With Amendment 0935, SB 255 is now consistent with the model language most recently enacted in 3 other states. Testimony at the public hearing was unanimous that statutes in the area of consumer rights over their personal data should be uniform from state to state, and with Senate Bill 255 with Amendment 0935S accomplishes that goal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 935. Senator Susi to speak.
Actually, to request a 2-minute recess, Mr.
2-minute
President.
recess.
Thank you.
I'll write it down here.
All right.
0835.
With apologies, the chair was at fault. The point of the floor amendment was to replace the committee amendment. I think it was an agreed upon course of action. So the parliamentary situation is as follows. I'm going to recognize Senator Carson for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I make the motion to reconsider our vote on the committee amendment on Senate Bill 255.
And I believe Senator Carson wants us to vote down the committee amendment.
Correct. But we're voting.
Senator Susi, I'm going to recognize for a parliamentary inquiry.
Inquiry.
Rescue us.
Mr. President, if I know that the subsequent floor amendment is what we need to address the language of the bill, would I now support reconsideration of our vote on the committee amendment, then vote the committee amendment down so that the floor amendment can amend the underlying bill?
Thank you. If you're in favor of reconsideration, you'd vote yes. If you're not, you'd vote no.
Yeah, she needs to withdraw the floor amendment first.
The floor amendment was offered. Sorry.
Senator Carson, you have made a motion to withdraw the floor amendment, correct?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Okay. And now Senator Susi's parliamentary inquiry. If you're in favor of reconsideration, you would vote yes. If you're not, you'd vote no. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have reconsidered our action on the committee amendment. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we turn down the committee amendment so I can offer a subsequent amendment.
If you're in favor of the committee amendment, you would vote aye. If you're opposed to the committee amendment, you would vote no. All in favor of the committee amendment? All opposed? No. The noes have it, and now I recognize Senator Carson for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment 0935S, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Thank you. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize for the confusion. Amendment 0935S contains all the changes that the committee adopted, minus the changes that there seem to have been some ongoing discussions after we passed the committee amendment. They had requested that a word be taken out, and then after we passed that committee amendment, they reconsidered their action, and they said, no, we need to include that other word so that it is consistent with this statute that has been passed in other states. So with this amendment, 0935S, Senate Bill 255 is now consistent with the model language most recently enacted in 3 other states. Testimony at the public hearing was unanimous that state statutes in the area of consumer rights over their personnel data should be uniform from state to state, and with Senate Bill 255, with Amendment 0935S, accomplishes that goal. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment 935? Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment or discussion. No discussion? I recognize Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you. I'll be quick. This bill does something really very 21st century that I think is great. It's not just about privacy of our internet searches, but it also will prevent the selling of our location by geolocation or geofencing without specific opt-in consent. So they can't sell your location according to your phone or your watch. I don't wear a watch, but without your specific opt-in consent. I think that's really important for privacy. Nobody needs to know where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on adoption of the floor amendment. The question is on adoption of Senate Bill 255 as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and 255 is ordered to third reading. All right, one more. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 259 FN, an act relative to traffic and safety improvements on Route 101, Amherst, Bedford, and Milford. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 5-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the Department of Transportation to include in a 10-year transportation improvement plan a plan to address gateway treatments, physical traffic calming, and psychological traffic calming on Route 101 from Amherst to the intersection of Route 101 and Route 101A in Milford. The committee referred the bill since this was covered in a 10-year plan that was passed last year and allowed for additional time to see if the bill could be reworked, particularly if the Department of Transportation does not move forward in a way that we think will further public safety. Then we will have this bill available to us for further action. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Chandley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak to the re-referral motion on SB 259. And friends, I know that we're at the end of a long day, and I wouldn't ask you to listen to me right now if I didn't feel it was extraordinarily important. When I introduced SB 259 to the committee, I asked that it be amended to require the Department of Transportation to include in the 10-year transportation improvement plan measures to address the chronic severe crashes on Route 101 from a point in Bedford to the intersection of Route 101 and Route 101A in Milford. The plan must include physical separation of traffic lanes that have opposite directions of travel, as well as access management. The plan should follow the recommendations set forth in the 2002 study of Route 101 safety. Yes, I said 2002. The recommendations were made more than 20 years ago. In December of 2022, shortly after we were all sworn into office, there was an accident in Amherst that closed Route 101 for hours. It also left one woman dead. It left a family heartbroken and a community devastated again. I was prompted after that accident to submit SB 259 to bring some resolution to the problem. The stretch of Route 101 that is described in the bill is tremendously hazardous. In the 21 plus, almost 22 years that I have lived in Amherst, there have been dozens and dozens of serious accidents resulting in devastating injuries and death. The trauma to drivers, passengers, witnesses, passersby, and very importantly, the trauma to police, firefighters, and paramedics is immeasurable. In fact, many of those members of police, fire, and paramedic testified at the public hearing on 259. They recounted much more vividly than I ever could the horrors that they've seen and the crashes which haunt them. What makes this so poignant and infuriating is that much of the devastation could be avoided. You see, Route 101 is built rather like an ordinary roadway at this particular corridor. It is one lane of travel in each direction. However, the heavy volume and the traffic traveling at highway speeds present extraordinary dangers. The DOT has concluded that the number of severe accidents resulting in death or serious injury is, in this particular area, is significantly higher than the rest of the state. Two drivers, two cars passing, each traveling, let's say, at 57 miles an hour, are separated by only a micron of paint, 2 lines of paint on the ground. The drivers of these vehicles might be incredibly competent, they might be diligent, but a blown tire or a patch of ice or a falling branch could cause one to strike the other, resulting in tragic consequences. What we know is that physical separation is the best option, I would argue the only option, that we have to significantly mitigate the effects of a high-speed crash. I'd like to acknowledge the recent efforts of DOT, including this portion of the highway. Some improvements to this portion of the highway is much appreciated. Last week, the DOT held 2 meetings, one in Amherst and one in Milford, to outline their planned improvements and to seek public comment. And while I agree with that their plan for a median buffer is an improvement, I believe that it is insufficient. The DOT proposal is better than the existing situation, and for that I'm grateful. But without the specific features referenced in this proposed legislation, I fear we will be here again. I believe that one of the greatest mistakes that we can make is to put millions of dollars into a project which does not resolve the problem. We have the science, we have the data, and we have the expertise. Let's put it to good use and remedy the situation. Now, Mr. President, this very morning, the family of an Amherst woman awoke grieving her death. The family of an Oregon truck driver is likely grateful that he is alive, that in the course of his workday, he survived a head-on collision. Because just yesterday, a vehicle on Route 101 in Milford crossed that painted center line, causing a crash which, again, shut down Route 101 for hours, left yet another woman dead, left yet another family heartbroken, and again, left a community reeling. The trauma to those who witness these ghastly scenes cannot be overstated. Please, please, let us listen to their voices and take action to fix this road. Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from District 9. She and all the members of the Transportation Committee have done a wonderful job, and they take very seriously the problem and the urgency with which it must be addressed. I applaud their willingness to maintain the focus on SB 259. I will support the motion to re-refer in the hope that the Department of Transportation will include in its 10-year plan median barriers on Route 101 through Amherst and Milford. If they do not, I commit to you, my colleagues, that I will fight for my constituents and all who travel Route 101. We must include these essential safety measures in the 10-year plan, and we must fund them. In 2001, an article appeared in an online news source, which declared that because appropriate safety measures were taken, Route 101 east of Manchester was, and I quote, no longer a death trap. I long for the day on which we can say the same about Route 101 west of Manchester. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Gray, do you wish to speak?
Very briefly, I think that the remarks from the good senator are very heartfelt, but I also have areas in Rochester. I have areas in Alton. I have areas in other parts of my district which I could use the same argument. I want to commend the people on the transportation and the remarks that Senator Waters made, the senator from District 4 made at the beginning. I think that to re-refer is the proper motion for this, and not to bump other projects, like my projects in Rochester, out of the 10-year plan, for another one without due diligence in those projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is re-refer to committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, The question is on adoption of the motion, of the recommendation of re-refer. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to committee is adopted. And guess what? It's time to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. I know that there are several announcements and personal privileges. We'll start with Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues, for your indulgence. We lost a very good man in District 4 this week. Paul J. Holloway Jr. died in his sleep on March 14th, surrounded by his loving family. Paul Holloway grew up in Philadelphia, the only child of Paul Jackson Holloway and Elizabeth Melhouse Frick Holloway. Paul's academic and athletic achievements earned him scholarships to attend college, and he was a 1961 graduate of Temple University School of Business, where he met his wife of 62 years, Anna Grace Baer. His daughter, Deborah Lynn Holloway, and her husband, Scott Marion, his son, Paul Scott Holloway, and his wife, Robin G.B. Holloway. His grandchildren, Paul, Elizabeth, Anna Rose, Emma, and Noah, will miss him as dearly as his beloved wife, Anna Grace. Paul began his career working his way through the ranks of the Buick Motor Division of General Motors before purchasing an auto dealership in Exeter, New Hampshire in 1967. His 7-day-a-week effort to build a single-point Buick Pontiac business into Holloway Automotive Group of 13 locations representing BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Fiat, Mazda, Cadillac, Buick, Pontiac, Chevrolet, and GMC truck. Like many other entrepreneurs, Paul didn't limit himself to just one business venture. He was a partner in a chain of nursing and retirement homes, an air cargo business, and our Wentworth by the Sea marina. As Holloway Automotive Group bought and sold dealerships throughout New Hampshire, Paul was recognized by multiple manufacturers and won numerous industry awards for the quality and performance of his businesses, including the prestigious Time Magazine Quality Dealer of the Year. He held leadership positions on numerous automotive councils and was elected to serve as chairman of the National Automotive Dealers Association in 1998. Through the years, his employees became his extended family, and he particularly enjoyed mentoring the younger generation, and many of those long-term associates remain with the business today. Earlier in his career, Paul applied his business skills to his philanthropic endeavors, demonstrating an enduring commitment to always, as he said, leaving it better than I found it. He believed New Hampshire's higher education institutions are among New Hampshire's most precious resources and supported his belief with consistency and determination. He served on the board of the university system for 18 years, the community college system of New Hampshire since 2003, and has been recognized numerous times for his work on behalf of higher education in our state. He received an honorary doctorate from the University of New Hampshire. Holloway Commons at UNH was named in recognition of his significant contributions, along with Holloway Hall at Keene State College, Holloway Auditorium at Plymouth State College, and the Paul J. Holloway Student Success Center at Great Bay Community College. For his 50th birthday, the Holloway family honored Paul for his achievements and contributions to both the education and business communities by establishing the annual Paul J. Holloway Prize Competition, cultivating future entrepreneurs by challenging UNH students to develop and bring bring to market products and services. More than 300 of these business plans are in operation today. In 2003, Paul and Anna Grace established the Little Harbor Charitable Foundation. And it was in this capacity that I had the pleasure of joining Paul and Anna Grace at their home when they awarded Haven and the Dondero School grants for the work that they do for children on the seacoast. The charitable works of Paul and Anna Grace Holloway have made a significant, meaningful difference in our seacoast communities. The Little Harbor Charitable Foundation has raised more than $3 million in support of programs for children on the seacoast. Paul set the bar high for himself, and he challenged all of us to do the same. He had a very dynamic personality and attracted a wide and diverse circle of friends, many of whom he considered family. Family was central to Paul's life. He deeply loved his children and his grandchildren, and one of his greatest joys was being an active part of his grandchildren's lives as they grew up. Ultimately, Paul was happiest working at his desk or on the telephone, talking about business, a public-spirited effort, or a simple visit with friends or family. Paul shared his philosophy of life with all who would listen. He said, "I developed ethics and values from my family. Sports taught me determination. My education gave me a firm foundation. Persistence became my path to success, and giving back has been my reward." Ever the philanthropist, the Holloway family would appreciate any demonstration of support to be in the form of contributions to the Little Harbor Charitable Foundation at P.O. Box 2093 in Newcastle, New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Whitley for personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for unanimous consent. I appreciate the patience of my colleagues, but this is an important week for many people. I rise to commemorate the 51st anniversary of New Hampshire ratifying the Equal Rights Amendment on March 23rd, 1972. As many of my colleagues are likely well aware, the Equal Rights Amendment is a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution designed to guarantee equal legal rights for all American citizens, regardless of sex. It seeks to end the legal distinctions between men and women in terms of divorce, property, employment, and other matters impacting our daily lives. The Equal Rights Amendment was passed by the U.S. Congress on March 22, 1972, and sent to the states for ratification. But in order to be added to the Constitution, it needed approval by legislators in 3/4 or 38 of the 58 states. By 1977, the legislatures of 35 states, including New Hampshire, had approved the amendment. In 1978, Congress voted to extend the original March 1979 deadline to June 30th, 1982. However, no additional states voted yes before that date, and the ERA fell 3 states short of ratification. Since formulation of the 3-state strategy for ratification in 1994, ERA bills have been introduced in many of the unratified states. At long last, in a historic vote on January 15, 2020, 48 years after Congress passed the ERA, the state of Virginia voted to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment, making them the 38th state to ratify. Current efforts are now underway in the United States Congress to remove the time limit for state ratification originally added to the preamble to the Equal Rights Amendment by Congress in 1972. Legal scholars have stated that if Congress has the legal standing to instate a deadline for a constitutional amendment, they also have the legal standing to remove a deadline. Because the New Hampshire legislature was one of the first 2 states to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment, a fact that I am deeply proud of, I'm honored to have the opportunity today to stand on the shoulders of the women who came before me and affirm the words of the Equal Rights Amendment, which reads, "Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex." I urge Congress and our President to act swiftly and publish without delay the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Monday, March 13th, we lost a Wayne Mann who was a devoted husband, father, and he's leaving his wife, Ruth, daughters Martha and Rebecca, and son Douglas behind. Wayne was a distinguished member of his hometown in Canterbury, and he is also a very distinguished member of the New Hampshire agricultural community. He served as the New Hampshire Farm Bureau president and served as, from 2000 to 2007, and prior to that, for many years, he served as the Farm Bureau first vice president and as a county Farm Bureau president. He proudly served our country through his career as a pilot in the U.S. Air Force. Wayne was a personal friend of mine and had a very effective way of expressing himself. He would regularly call, share his opinions on things I was doing in the agricultural world and especially in the legislative world. He was a good man. He always would share his opinion with me, and he'd always give me guidance on the way that I approach situations. He was sort of a mentor of mine in many areas in the Farm Bureau as I moved through and served in many capacities, with the last being the treasurer for them for many years. The world is not a better place without Wayne. I grieve for his family and I grieve for his friends, and I just will say, Wayne, you will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Birdsell for personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here in the Senate, we end up knowing each other pretty well, but sometimes we have a problem with our numbering of our seats. So last week, during the debate on Senate Bill 181, I quoted my colleague from District 15, but I stated it was District 5, and I apologize. So I want to acknowledge and correct the record. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carson for personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we all know, because we're all wearing green today, this weekend on Saturday is St. Patrick's Day, and many of us belong to the Irish American Caucus. And so what I'd like to do is to invite all of you after to stay in the chamber. We received a packet from our colleague over in Ireland, Senator Daly, with cards saying that we support the Irish American Caucus, and I believe there's a flag there as well. So if you would like to stay and have your picture taken so you can show Senator Daly that we support them, and we love St. Patrick's Day here in New Hampshire. So please stay in the chamber when we've concluded our business. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there another? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent. My colleague from District 24 did a magnificent job about Paul Holloway, and I certainly commend her on that. I've known Paul Holloway for a long time. I met him when he first came to New Hampshire. We both were graduates in 1961, he from Temple and me from UNH. He came to New Hampshire and opened up a shop in Exeter, the Dreher Holloway automobile business, Buick. Paul was a hard charger in every sense of the word. As a member of the Executive Council, I had the privilege of voting for him to be a trustee of the University of New Hampshire system. He was on the system for a number of years. He was treasurer of the Board of Trustees for a number of years and really did an outstanding job there. He also served on the Community College Board, served on the Lottery Commission, was very aggressive on the Lottery Commission in progressing and establishing its growth, and look at the dollars it's produced for education. But I think the most important thing about Paul Holloway was he was a public servant, and he gave. You know, many public servants do some things, but Holloway not only did things, but he gave. He was a giver. He was a giver, and as articulated by my colleague from District 24, look at the things he established around the state, the different entities that will live for a long period of time. So that's his legacy. His legacy is public service and that of giving. And I can only think of one other family that followed in that same pattern. That's the Hubbard family from Walpole. The Hubbards were big, big givers, and Paul Holloway was a big giver. That's important. We're only here for a short period of time, but what you leave is a legacy. And the legacy that Paul Holloway left is in the buildings he's established around the state, the fact that he gave, and the fact that they will be around in perpetuity. That's the greatest gift that others could give. Think of the lives of others that his gifts will make better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Lang.
President, this won't be nearly as civil. Anyway, so in light of a holiday coming up, to Senator Gannon, who attempt to make us have a little humor today, here's to you and here's to me. I pray that friends will always be. But if by chance we disagree, the heck with you and here's to me. But, but for the real reason I stood up. Some of you may know that when Senator Pearl and myself were over in the House, we started the Legislative Softball Classic. It was called the House Softball Classic back at the time. We use it to raise funds for various charities, and it's a cooperative effort, a bipartisan effort between Republicans and Democrats. We've extended that into the Senate this year. And we are going to offer, first, we're going to renew the Legislative Golf Classic, which had been going on for years and is a trophy down in the LOB, you can see. We're going to bring that back up, and the first golf tournament is going to be on June 26th. And I'd be looking for someone on my Democratic side that would be willing to partner with me and work with me to be representatives to work with the House as well. We've raised over $35,000 in 5 years since we started doing this charity program that have gone to veterans programs, to women's shelter programs, and to children's with disabilities programs. So I'd encourage all of us to get involved. We're going to do multiple events. We're going to start with the Legislative Classic, Softball Classic. We're going to do, a Golf Classic. We're going to do a cornhole tournament in the fall, and we'll have softball next year. And somewhere along the line, we'll do a food drive, which last year we raised over 500 pounds of food that we delivered to the New Hampshire Food Pantry. So I just encourage you to participate. Mark that June 26th. It's going to be right here in Loudon, right next town over. And I hope we can all get together, make a nice partisan effort, and raise some money and make it work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. All right, seeing no more personal privileges, in the good news department, we only have 18 bills next week on the floor. So we'll meet at 10 o'clock, and I anticipate a much shorter session than today. And then on crossover, which is March 30th, there are 23 bills still in committee with 5 that have been special ordered. That includes all the bills, the 11 that have been assigned to the Finance Committee. So I would anticipate a pretty reasonable day on the 30th. So with that, I'm going to recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair.
Suspend for a moment. I neglected to read what I have to read.
Okay.
Always my failure. Here we go. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 217. Now, is there any other business? And seeing none, I recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've just been informed that we have a member of our body who has a birthday. And so I would like all of you to join me, please, because you're going to have to drown me out because I can't sing. To happy
Avard, lead us in the happy birthday.
Okay. For our colleague, Senator Birdsell.
Senator Whitley has the same birthday.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Regina the Becky. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, now we recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? You're crazy. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.